This video contains subject matter that may be offensive and disturbing to some people. If you are the type to require a warning throughout a video or show, let this message serve as your warning. This channel discusses the harsh reality of true crime. If this warning is not sufficient for you, consider a different genre and unsubscribe from my channel immediately. What's going on, everybody? You might hear some popcorn popping here in a minute. My wife put a bag of popcorn in. It's going to be popping and popping and popping. Yeah, it's probably already done. But what's going on, everybody? Guess what? It's the start of a new month. So let's see if we can keep doing what we did last month and the month before and miraculously get to the $60,000. I don't know if that's, reasonable or whatever, but it just depends on what the income is for the channel. That's it. So if you guys today want to help out, get the month started, that would be awesome. Become a channel member, super chats, whatever it is. Anyways, I don't know if you guys saw, I put out a video earlier today. Doesn't have as many views as the one before, but it's weird how some videos get viewed and some don't. I don't understand the nuances of that or whatever, but not sure. Yeah, that's an interview that I did, I think it was like 2 years ago. I'm not sure why the date's different on there. Welcome, JP William. Hey, thanks, Nicole. Appreciate it. Yep. Let's see. Yeah, a lot of craziness out there. We've got an updated Michael Vaughan case. We've got Delphi, a bunch of stuff to talk about. Richard Allen's attorney put out a letter. Actually recorded me reading the letter, so I don't have to read it and interrupt myself, even though I want to interrupt myself. Thanks, Eugenie.
Chewbacca? Oh, I'll do Chewbacca if you want me to.
And then the Idaho case has some updates, nothing earth-shattering or anything. It's weird how people were making a big deal. Oh my God! Kaylee and God, now I can't remember the name. Kaylee and man, I haven't covered it for 4 days, so all the names aren't. Let me see if I can remember. I think it starts with an M. God, why isn't it popping into my head? Somebody type it in. It's not Maddie. I knew it was an M. Yeah, so Kaylee and Maddie, and if anybody else types Maddie in, I'm going to block you. Because you're only doing it to let everybody know that it popped into your head quick. God, what an ass! I wouldn't really. Yeah, I knew Zozo would type it in as soon as possible. As soon as I said that. Yeah. Yeah, everybody was like, oh wow, they were in the same bed. Who didn't think that? We assumed that that was the case from the beginning. At least I did on here. So every single show I said, yeah, they were in here. Likely they were even on the same bed when they called Jack at night. And everybody's like, great breaking news! Oh, the dad admitted they were on the same. Wow. Really? That's earth-shattering to you? Yeah, I don't know. It was weird. Yeah. Really strange how people were just making a big deal over something. It's like you're starving for just any bit of information. So, hey, 1 + 1 is 2. Oh my God! They admitted 1 + 1 = 2. We've always assumed it equaled 2, but finally, somebody admitted it. Ooh. Yeah. Wow. Unreal, huh, guys? All right, so I think the first thing we're going to do is the the update on Michael Vaughan here. I'm going to read it. I'm not going to show the video or anything. Thank you, Kathy Freidenmaker. Yep. Got to get this month going strong. It always seems like if it starts off good, it goes good. Not. Boom. And thank you, Ultra Dark CEO and your Gypsy prior to the show. Let's see. All right, so I'm going to read this from, there was a press conference today in Fruitland, Idaho regarding Michael Vaughan. There was one of our fellow YouTubers who was in the background in the interviews. One of the YouTubers that's been really irresponsible in a lot of other cases. But, you know, I'll tell you what, if he had something positive to do, good for him. All right, but wow. I mean, to even let that guy in there is just mind-boggling. Based on the shit he did in the Brian Laundrie case. So, yeah. I'm not going to tell you. Why would I want to tell you? Yeah, doesn't that just make you sick, Christy? Yeah. Makes you want to vomit. But if he helped in some way, then, you know, good for him. Thank you, Sarah Books, and Cheryl Bullock, and Allie Cake, and Kathy Freidenmaker. I'm looking for my... Oh, here's mine. Yeah, see, I have that one up there because I said I could do that on all the shows over and over and over again. And the fact that we are, you know, my channel donates so much money, we're making a difference regardless if I just sat there and made that face. The only thing is I don't think anybody would help support the channel if I just made that face the whole time, right? I mean, probably not very likely. So go out there and share that we're doing a show tonight, everybody. All right, here we go. So I'll read from the Treasure Valley Crime and Community. So here's the update. The investigation of the disappearance of Michael Vaughan. To date, Fruitland police investigators believe that there are 4 individuals involved in the abduction of Michael Vaughan. Abduction, man. 2 of the individuals are in custody. One of them looks like the person that was walking on the street. Sarah and Stacy, 2 of them individuals are in custody. Sarah and Stacy Wandra. So they have the same last name, not like that was previously put out there. The following 2 individuals are needed for questioning. Hold on. Let's see what this idiot typed in. Ah, jeez. Brandon Shirtliff, 30, of Kuna, Idaho, is currently believed to be in North Dakota. Adrian Lucian, 32, a male of Toledo, Ohio. I mean, what are they doing over there? He is currently believed to be in Toledo, but floats between California and Ohio. We believe that both Shirtliff and Lucian have first-hand knowledge of Michael's abduction. Fruitland police strongly encourage Shurtleff and Lucien to contact detectives at 208-452-3000 as the window of time for talking is closing. This remains an ongoing investigation with conversations taking place with the Piatt County Prosecutor's Office about the individuals involved. Currently, Sarah Wandra, 35, is being held in the Piatt County Jail for failing to report a death to law enforcement. Stacy Wandra, 30, is currently being held in the Washington County Jail on unrelated charges. The Wandras live at 1102 Red Wing Street in Fruitland and were living there at the time of Michael's disappearance. We believe that Sarah and Stacy have first-hand knowledge of Michael's abduction. Others associated with Wandra's, Shurtleff and Lucien, may also have knowledge of the abduction of Michael. They are highly encouraged to come forward to speak with detectives during the course of the investigation. We received credible information that the remains of Michael Vaughan could be found in the backyard of 1102 Red Wing Street in Fruitland. The Fruitland Police Department obtained a search warrant for the residence along with the front and back yards. The search warrant was served on November 11th. Upon entry, officers encountered Sarah Wandra. She was subsequently arrested because, based on probable cause that she had knowledge of Michael's death and failed to report the death to law enforcement. The following day, the Fruitland Police Department, joined by the Idaho State Police, Idaho Mountain Search and Rescue, Fruitland Fire Department, and the Fruitland Public Works Department, began a methodical excavation of the backyard of the Wandra's home. That's right here. In this backyard right here. They dug it all. They almost dug the entire, looked like almost the entire yard. During the excavation process, Idaho Mountain Search and Rescue and Mountain States detective dogs deployed multiple certified human remains detection canines on the property, all alerting to the presence of human remains. Ground penetrating radar was also deployed, detecting anomalies in the yard. We completed the excavation to a depth of 4 feet of the entire backyard and removed over 250 yards of dirt. Prior to backlifting the yard, the dirt was meticulously sifted for any potential human remains. We did not find Michael's remains. Investigators strongly believe that based on the evidence, Michael was abducted and is deceased, and that his remains were buried and later moved from the property. As of today, the whereabouts of his remains are unknown. However, the investigation is active, fluid, and ongoing. A search of the Wandra residence was productive, and additional investigative evidence was recovered and is being processed. To date, the Fruitland Police Department has received over 1,500 tips and leads. We continue to ask our community for support and patience as we continue to aggressively work this case. We also ask that the Vaughan family privacy continue to be respected. Tips can be sent to Fruitland Police Department at 208-452-3110. Tipsters may remain anonymous. These are the people. This guy here looks like the... Remember that one case where the guy was just so obviously guilty with his wife, and he was up there like, yeah, and they got arrested like 2 minutes after the press conference. Looks just like that guy. Almost a clone, really. So, that's the update. I don't know what that means. TX2Co. If it was funny, I would have laughed too. I don't even know what the hell you're talking about. All right, let me move on to something else. Can you pick out? Because he's a Kevin, huh? God, I mean, you know what? Like, here's the thing, everybody. when you're trying to be funny, like, have it be funny that somebody in the world got what you were saying. All right? Just one. It's so simple to do. Hey, Lindsay, I'll be however I want to be. Do you get it, Lindsay? If you make another comment like that, I'm going to remove you, because that means you just don't get it. All right? Okay, cool. All right, Lindsay, you're so important to everybody. We always sit around and wait for your comments. You know, you're always so special, and everything's so interesting. And I'm not even kidding right now. I almost start crying when you don't comment. Let's see. Should be Karen and Darren, whomever. There we go. Yeah. Wasn't even grumpy at all. I'm just doing my show like I normally do. Feel exactly the same as I always do. Yeah. So mean, huh? Well, guess what, everybody? Got thrown in jail right off the bat. We're not even going to be able to keep on trucking till we get the hell out of here. Isn't that amazing? Plus, it's a slow show. Hey, look at that mag. But that mag was prior to me being put into prison. So we are stuck in here. Yep, that's right. So mean. Look at that already. It's your fault, Cindy. It's your fault, Cindy J. Come on, everybody. Don't you feel this? Hey, Allah, hey, Allah, oh, yeah. Don't you feel it? Hey, sensible crime. How about you go shut the hell up, okay? Nobody's interested. All right. Let's see. What do we got here? I'm just joking with you. Okay. Oh my God. It's not even an automated. What do you mean automated chronology? You're goofy. Come on. Hey, Kit Kat. Thank you. Oh my God. It's just an automated. It's an animated probable cause document. You know what I could have done, sensible crime, is I could have put in when Derek shows up, but it wasn't on the probable cause. Hey, thanks, Kit Kat. WNC Granny. And then Mag. Oh, look at that. Bail money and thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Thank you. And Nicole and Kitty Chronister. And there we go with Georgina Stuliker. You know, it's weird. Every time I do these shows, I'm looking for the trolls. They just sort of seem like they pop up. Wow, Bama Forever. Bail again? Holy crap. I'm going to get a hotel at the Ritz-Carlton. And we're looking good, looking good. WNC Granny. It's going to be a fun night. Well, it's going to be interesting for sure. I can tell you that. The Richard Allen's attorneys have this really nice little letter they wrote. Crazy. Yeah, somebody posted my video on Facebook and wrote up this write-up. It never even mentioned the channel name, but it did have the link. You know, the people do that to make it seem like they came up with it. You know? Hey, thanks, Michelle. That one says, "Can I get it? It's a house." I don't know. Oh, you mean the audio?
It's a house.
There you go. Or hold on.
Huh? It's a house.
All right, you guys, thank you. Oh, jeez. That thing was still active. It popped up right in my face. My own face scared myself. I mean, oh, wow. Well, no, see, the thing is that the video just played, so it was active. And then when I went back to the scene, it automatically played again. Yeah, I'm out of there, Greg. Thanks. That's pretty funny. Wow. Man, you guys must be scared to death every single night. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Your gypsy. Not my gypsy, but your gypsy. You should have told your face he's mean. I know, I should have said, yeah, exactly. Maybe I could put that face on a loop in jail sometime. What's up? Alright, we're moving on. So it looks like they're going to have to try to find those two people, interrogate them, and then get the answers. Somebody didn't kill Michael Vaughan, but would be probably under a felony murder rule, and that's why it's used, because you could easily have them almost have no charges to arrest the actual killer, you know, or plead way down. Okay, in the Idaho case, Idaho 4, this is the most recent update here. I got this crazy person that, okay, listen to this. A person messaged me on Messenger talking about who the killer is in the Idaho case. And I said, okay, psychic. And she said, no, a prophetess of God. And I said, idiotic incarnate. People like you glom onto a theory that is already out there and then pretend you receive messages from a higher spirit. It's disgusting. And then she gave me a thumbs up. Yeah, well, screw you, okay? All right, let's see. Yeah, and please, psychics, do not waste your time sending me anything. I'll be able to tell you think you're one just by reading what you wrote. Okay, you're the ones that have too much detail, and it's never right. But you send 1,000 people 500 different theories, and then one might be somewhat close at the very end. Yeah. Prophetess of God. I would, you know what? I bet you none of you would like being in my shoes for a day. It's not. There's just so much garbage that goes on. It's unbelievable. But I'm willing to do it. You know, I've got so used to it over time. Yeah, psychics equal grifters. Exactly. You know, and yet police do use them sometimes, and the reason they use them is because they have absolutely nothing left. They're out of. Yeah, see this people, that person that just typed up there is the same person that messaged me on Facebook. Gray, I can just tell you don't seem very happy. What is it? Well, the thing is this is how I am. I've always been like this. This is how I've been my whole life, and I'm not unhappy. I'm just, you know, you see something stupid, you tell them it's stupid. You know, I mean, why would you waste time? Oh, wow, that's fantastic. You know. Well, thank you, Zip It. All right, here's the update in the Idaho 4 case. It says, Moscow, Idaho. The Moscow Police Department is providing the following information to update the public on the known facts surrounding the 4 murders that occurred on November 13th in Moscow, Idaho. Updated information. Now Brian Enton's there, everybody. Whoa! Yes! Man, if Brian Enton's on the scene, you know you are going to get top-notch reporting, boy. You know, let's see. We have not been able to verify if that was not his hand coming out of the flower bed just yet. Yeah, I remember that one. That was a beauty, wasn't it? Absolute beauty. Hey, we're not able to verify that. I'll tell you what. I can tell you right now, Brian Laundrie's arm wasn't sticking out of there and not even have to do research on it. Okay? Well, how do you know? Well, because it's absolutely ludicrous to think that Brian Laundrie's arm is sticking out of a flower bed only to be handed a Snickers or perhaps something to eat from time to time. You know, it's just, give me a break. Hey, thank you very much, Kit Kat. Gray, you're so grumpy and angry. No, I just think things like that are funny, and that's how I want to talk to you about it. It's ridiculous that somebody that would ever say that is out there on the move. Guess what, everybody? Breaking news. They are aware that there was a sixth person on the lease, but they don't think they're involved. Wow, that's so interesting. Wow, it's incredible. We've just found out that all 6 people in that house have owned cars at one point. Breaking news at 11. Oh my God, they all owned a car. Whoa! Unbelievable. We do know for a fact that each one of them have had a beer in their lifetime. Whether it was the same beer or not, we're still looking into. Yeah. Well, good for you, okay? I'm glad you're looking into that kind of stuff. Yeah. Anyways, all right, here we go. Moscow, Idaho. The Moscow Police Department is providing the following information to update the public, on the known facts surrounding the 4 murders that occurred on November 13th in Moscow, Idaho. Hey, thanks, Jamie Lynn. Here it is. Detectives are aware of a 6th person listed on the lease at the residence, but do not believe that individual was present during the incident. Idaho State Police Forensic Services crime. Wouldn't that be interesting if the 6th person on the lease was the boyfriend? I was just wondering. Idaho State Police Forensic Services Crime Lab scientists have worked on this case for weeks. I heard today, this guy said, I was almost astonished that people are still unaware. The detective on the show, when asked, he goes, I tell you what, man. They were going down the serial killer angle, which, definitely could be, right? Said something like, well, if they have his DNA and he hasn't been arrested before, there's no way, unless they arrest him, to figure out who he is. And I said immediately, what do you mean? You just do FGG. You could have it done in like a month. I mean, what you do, here's what needs to be done, is if you have a DNA sample. Blue, are you okay? Oh, I think Blue's getting ready because he's going to get a bath and he hears... He knows he's coming next. How about this? You get the DNA and you fast track it all the way through and then upload it to GEDmatch and then give out a prize or something. Have like 5 genetic genealogists working on it, and the first one to do it, or they all work together really quick, boom, 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 and you give them like $5,000, $10,000 a piece, and that sucker will get solved and you'll have the answer, okay? You'll just have it. You don't need to wait to arrest the person again. Anyways, I'm just trying to figure out why that's not something... I hope that's what they're doing. Something like that. Yeah. Let's see. Idaho State Police Forensic Service Crime Lab scientists have worked on the case for weeks and have provided testing and analysis results to detectives. As they complete additional tests, those results will be provided to protect the investigation integrity. Specific results will not be released. Yeah, because we were all thinking that you were going to do that. We remain consistent in our belief that this was a targeted attack, even though one article today said they don't believe it's targeted. So let's see what it said. Gray investigates as genetic. Why as genetic genealogist? I don't know. What are you talking about? Genealogist, you mean? Well, they should use it in every case. But a lot of times they want to try to solve it in the traditional ways. But I would always have a side thing going. If you have direct DNA and you immediately check it, you get it sequenced, you put it into CODIS. If you don't have a match, immediately get it sequenced and then formatted and uploaded to GEDmatch. Just get going on it. It's simple. For example, somebody that was raped and murdered, the semen is almost 100% going to be from the killer, right? Unless then that's one of the problems with sex workers is you don't know at that point. Okay? Like if it's a sex worker, you can't, you'd have almost plausible deniability. Well, yeah, I was with her earlier in the day, but I don't care if you can read it or not. Do you understand that? I'm reading it to you, Linda. All right? I'm reading it to you. And it's not blurry. It's just not zoomed in. You want me to zoom it in for you? Or hold on. God, just ridiculous. Is that better for you, Linda? Let me ask you something, Linda. Do you have a picture of yourself at home with the world revolving around you? I'm just curious. Anyways, right, it says, Idaho State Police Forensic Service Crime Lab scientists have worked on the case for weeks and have provided testing and analysis results to detectives. As they complete additional tests, those results will be provided. To protect the investigation integrity, they won't release that information. We remain consistent in our belief that this was a targeted attack, but investigators have not concluded if the target was the residents or if it was the occupants. That's an interesting... Well, if it's the residents, then that's sort of an interesting phrasing there, isn't it? A little weird, right? I mean, that's pretty interesting, because that's sort of like the first one, if it's the residents, that's where you almost think it's a targeted. I mean, like, not a targeted, like a serial killer type thing. Because what would the residents, like I just hate people in the residence? Yeah, maybe something bad happened at the residence prior. Yeah, I mean, well, here's the thing. What does that mean, residents? The people in the residence or the building itself? See, one of the original theories was that everybody in the four that were killed were targeted to be killed. And you know that because, the location of the rooms. Zaina and Ethan's room was totally out of the way. Hold on a second. Oh, that's a troll account. Get rid of that one. Yeah. All right. We continue receiving inquiries about comments made by Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson, who said the suspect specifically looked at the victim's residence. We remain residents, or if it was the occupants. Well, I guess that means or the occupants. So that means that the residence itself. What a weird comment that is. We continue receiving inquiries about comments made by Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson, who said the suspect specifically looked at the victim's residence and that one or more of the occupants were undoubtedly targeted. The Moscow Police Department is the only provider of official information regarding this case. Wow, so now they've got a little problem going on there on the side there, right? The Moscow Police Department is the only provider of official information. Tips: detectives are looking for context to the events and people involved in these murders. Tip line is 208-883-7180. You can email the tip line at ci.moscow.id.us. Digital media, fbi.gov/Moscow, Idaho. At this time, no suspect has been identified. See, I'm not sure what that means when they word things like that. Meaning you haven't told us, or you haven't identified one, right? I mean, and only vetted information that does not hinder the investigation will be released to the public. There is speculation without factual backing, stoking community fears, and spreading false facts. We encourage referencing official releases for accurate information. So, I don't know. I was going to read some other articles, but I think this is it right here, because the other article is what this article's, they put this out to refute what was put in the other ones. Like let's see. Idaho is new. Do not know if residents or any occupants were specifically targeted. All right. So we just read that. So what's this other one? Investigators still believe, this is from today too. So look how absolute opposite this is. Investigators still believe Idaho college student killings were targeted, police say, after confusing statements. No, they completely changed. They put out an actual written statement late. That article that I just read you was from like an hour ago. After a day of confusing statements, police investigating last month's killing of 4 University of Idaho students emphasized Thursday they still believe the attack was targeted, though they haven't concluded if the target was the residents or its occupants. Okay. The 4 students, Ethan Chapin, 20, Kaylee Concavels, 21, Zayna Kernodle, 20, and Madison Mogan, 21, were found stabbed to death in their November 13th in their shared off-campus home in the college town of Moscow. Thursday, police statement about targeting comes after police corrected a prosecutor's comments on the matter, and in the process said something that appeared to depart from their previous stance about a case that has put the college town on edge. It also comes amid frustration from victims' relatives and some of the community over a sparse release of investigative details and officials changing characterizations of the case, including authorities backtracking on whether the community still faced a threat. The latest sequence began Wednesday when Moscow police released a statement saying the prosecutor in Idaho-Latah County erroneously said this week that the suspects specifically looked at this residence, and that one or more of the occupants were undoubtedly targeted. Now, how definitive the prosecutor's statements were, however, reflected a miscommunication. But the release added, detectives do not currently know if the residents or the occupants were specifically targeted. I'm not even sure what that means. What do you guys think about that? The residents. That's a weird one. Why don't you just, you guys keep saying, you type in back to people, good question, so-and-so. Hey, good question. Great question. And then I have to go try to find them. I don't even know what the questions are. I'm reading. And maybe a frat. Okay. Residential address. Yeah, we know the residential address. Thanks. Yeah, we got it. Sounds like a blanket statement. Yeah, but I guess what they're saying is just the residents. Okay, we're going to go in there and we're going to kill people in that residence without really knowing who's in there. I don't know. I really can't figure out what that means. Like they go in there to do a robbery or do something, and then they kill all 4, so they weren't really the targets, but I don't know. I think there's way more to it than that. I think there's some connection. It could either be with the 4 that were killed. Thanks, Jen. The 4 that were killed, or they went there to kill all of them, but something happened and they didn't kill the other 2 downstairs because maybe their doors were locked. But there's 2 elements that separate all the 2 earlier people. The time. They got home at 1, but apparently they heard things and locked their doors. So did they actually hear the killings and were really kind of frightened and really didn't go right back to sleep? It makes you wonder if they were just huddled up in their room staring at the wall, just scared to death, and then finally in the morning peeked their head out, and they were kind of sneaking, you know what I mean? Like they were way more aware of what was going on. Hey, thanks, Robert. Gray, really been digging the Moscow and Delphi shows, as you're definitely on a roll. Put me in the column like you see them camp. All right. Some people just need to be told reality, and you're not rude, so ignore the trolls. Well, I try, Thank you. Appreciate it. And also, Your Gypsy. I think that was from earlier, right? No, that was today. All right. Okay, I was just reading some emails. Yeah, it's weird. Right now there's just so many different things going on. If it's on Reddit, it doesn't mean shit, WWG. So when you go, this is how it looks for me. Let me just tell you what you just typed in. Hey, you don't need to delete the comments, okay? Seriously, just leave the comments up there, all right? Even if they're dumb comments, leave them up. All right, so just because I'm saying something doesn't mean, ooh, I gotta block something, just leave it be there. All right, what's going on with this? Hold on. All right, here we go. So here's how I was reading what you typed in, WWG1W, whatever the hell name that is. I mean, what a ridiculous. It says, did you hear they are saying it's a copycat killer? And at first I go, they are? Who's they? Whoa, new info on Reddit. That's how it sounds like in my head, right? Reddit saying the killer used toilet plunger. Oh, wow. Dumb. Really dumb stuff there. Oh, is that what that is? Okay, well then you can block that. I'll do it. Alright. Maybe Ethan and Zena came home early to have some private time together. A little Molly. Why say Molly? People's imaginations are so wild. You know, you put too much information in there. You know what I mean? Like, just say like the general things and you'll be much safer. Yeah, wow. You know what I picture? Like Ethan he probably had on 501 jeans, maybe a little tear on the knee or something. And I bet you like a college sweatshirt. Probably had his hair parted on the left, I would imagine. And then she was wearing a Chanel number 27 dress from, you know. I mean, that's how it goes, you guys. It's ridiculous. Just forget that part. Just say, hey, you know, the basic thing that you're thinking. As soon as I start reading too much detail, I quit reading. So when you send me these long, drawn-out emails, I don't read it. I don't have time. First of all, I tell you guys not to send me dissertations on the case. Okay, if you have a quick little jaunt of a paragraph or something, that's awesome. But when I open up the email and I have to scroll down, there's zero chance I'm reading that thing. Okay, so that's just the way it is. Yeah, whenever you see the scroll button, forget it. All right. Gray, I just have a quick thought. Famous last words, okay? Yeah, that's definitely isn't. Huh? Who's this guy? Oh, okay. I like the live stream. Live stream is great. You can check on your live stream. Might have picked the wrong day, Cedric. Yeah, too many buttons on those, huh? Yeah, why just throw in Molly in there? Maybe they just wanted to go home and have some time together. What does Molly have to do with it? Weird stuff there. Welcome, Ping the Router. All right, so we got a larger crowd here, and this is the first day of the new month. Yesterday we have 1,332 people watching and only 349 likes. So first of all, let's just hit the like button. Hit the like button, 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 10, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. If we don't get to 700, we're not continuing. 387. Get off your asses. Click the like button. Here we go. Hit the like button, hit the like button, 10, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. Hit the like button, 10, 20. Really simple to do, everybody. You just click the like button.
30, sir. 25 of them, you're out. I'm at a 25 at a 30 now 5.
Yeah, we're only at 455.
5 out of it, 10 down, 15.
We're going to keep playing this until we get to 700.
15, 20.
Half the people.
15, 20, now 5 at a 30.
20 and 20 and 20 and 20 and 20 and 20.
30, sir. 25 of them, you're out. I'm at a 25.
Did you hear what I said?
30 now. I'm fired out of it, 10 down, 15 on I'm at a 15, I'm at a 15,
Hey, thanks,
20,
Tosh.
I'm at a
Good evening, very model,
20,
lovely
5 at a 30 and 30 and 30, 25 at a 30. You want to put 30, sir? 25 of them, you're out. I'm at a 25 at a 30 now 5. I'm 35.
Man, we're only at 512 with 1305 watching. I'm not watching Gray again. I don't have to hit the like button. Oh, God, he's trying to make me hit the like button to keep watching. Listen, it's so simple to do, though. It's like, that's what you do when you go to somebody's live stream. That's taking the time Okay, one more time, everybody. We're only at 550. It's
It's
the easiest thing in the world.
15, I better down, better down 15, 20, I better down, better down 15, better down, better
Hit the like button, hit the like button, 10, 20,
30,
20.
Hit the like button, everybody. Hit the like button. Everybody hit the like button.
Oh, wait, you don't want her to say it.
Yay!
Oh, man. You guys are crazy. People are so rude out there. You know, somebody's doing a 4-hour show and you can't even just hit the damn like button. Now, here's another thing. Today is the first day of the month. Started off okay, but we got to keep on trucking like we did last month, because there's a chance if somehow we get 3 of these months in a row, we'll be able to hit the, from the income from the channel, the $60,000 mark. So if you're out there and you feel like you want to help support the Grant Hughes Investigates YouTube channel, either becoming a channel member or sending in super chats, PayPal, whatever it is, it all makes a huge difference. All right, and the like button is certainly one of the easiest things you can possibly do to help support the channel, yet it seems so difficult for so many people. I'm a troll, Gray, and I want to hit it. Yeah. Hit the like button. Well, we did get to 601, which, but a minute ago it was 1/5 of the viewers. Is that crazy or what? Wow, unbelievable. And there you go again. If you're drinking wine tonight, unbelievable is when you have a drink. Okay. So I don't really know what does anybody have anything they want to talk about on this case right now? It seems like we're in the same ballpark. There's nothing really new to theorize about. I'm still working on my walkthrough flyby video. I've got one that's way more smooth now. I was thinking of putting some more furniture, stuff like that in there, but I don't even know. Like, if I had photographs where they had their beds and everything, it probably would help, but I don't, so. Yeah, there was a 301. Thanks, inbred. There was a 301 police call to this field right here at 301. Okay, but is it possibly related that somebody over here was disgruntled and something weird happened, then he went over here and maybe this happened? I don't know, but to me it doesn't really make a lot of sense, since these people were home at 1:45 and 1:56, I think. So, 2 sets. So all 6 people in the home were home by 1:56. So it doesn't really make a lot of sense that this call at 301. Now, guess what? It's a college campus, everybody. Guess what happens on college campuses? The police get called. Oh, yeah, Tosh? I made you laugh yesterday? Cool. Why? Nomad Beads? I don't understand what you're saying. I don't drink, but I'm tempted now. Why is that? I'm new to the case. What's the deal with 911 call in the late night? I don't know. Who cares about it? See, the thing is people try to make a big deal over stuff that has very little potential of being anything. Yeah, there was a 301 call here, and maybe it's related, but it's like very likely not going to be, right? Because these people were already in their house before 2 o'clock. And, unless this person got really upset here and then goes over and does something. Yeah, I like doing cold cases. Yeah. But there's just so much, right now, there's just so much going on in these cases. Like the Delphi case had a ton of stuff again today. I don't. Yeah. How do you know he sent a Venmo at 3:30? I don't know. There's just so much stuff out there that people claim to think they know, but it might not be true at all. Ah, come on. Don't believe it, Cindy. Don't believe it. See, people are already believing it just because it showed up on the screen. Prove to me that he sent a Venmo at 3:30. Yeah. I mean, prove it. Not, it said it on Reddit, Gray. Look it. Yeah, there you go. Reddit. See? See? That's what I was saying. It's on Reddit. Of course it's true. Yeah. Wouldn't it make more sense almost if it was 1:30 or 2:30? I never even go to Reddit anymore. It's just, all it is a shit fest over there. No, it wasn't. Businessman. What do you mean, Kaylee's dad's recent interview about victim behavior? What do you mean? Yeah, and then Kaylee's dad said that Kaylee's room still had her stuff in it, yet they were sleeping in the same, they were killed in the same bed. So I actually thought she'd moved out, but I always have thought that they were in the same room in the same bed. What do you mean he had an interview about behavior, though? What does that mean? He's not a behavior analysis person. I mean, he just talked about his kids, how she was and things, or what? What do you mean? No, that's not. No, 64 CRC. No, that's not. That's not him. So that's a fact. She was probably in the same bed because she had moved out. Yeah, well, they said she moved out, Regina, but I guess her bed and everything was still there. So I don't know what that means. That's taking me to Reddit. Oh, God. Oh. Yeah, so there's this thing on Reddit. I'm not going to play it, but Kaylee's dad... Well, maybe we can do the audio if you guys want, because it's an actual video from somebody used to film. So let's just do that. Even though it is on Reddit, but it's not a... it's not like a... It's a video from a show, so it's not a fake piece of information.
Been said on the side of the street hours of the case, and these guys are professionals. They sat in a room and this is what they came out with, and they keep coming out with statements that create more questions than they answer, and then that creates a pressure, and that's why I'm feeling like there's so many people coming and looking for answers, and I'm one of them.
One of the things that you said last night about the two of them having fallen asleep in the same bed, that was new information.
Well, it wasn't really.
Was that the case, that they were actually in the same bed?
To me, it wasn't new. The coroner had shared a bunch of information about
there was
some photos. If you knew the house design, you would have seen that there was a picture of Kaylee's bed, and it was made. There was nothing in there. So
her bed was made.
Elimination. If you've been in the home, if you knew the inside information, like I knew that was my daughter's room. So to me, it had been out. But I'm sure they're not happy with me saying that. I didn't mean to say something that was supposed to be on the wraps. But
of course
I told them, you got to work with me. You got to tell me what to say and what not to say, and I'll listen. But sometimes they're scared to to give me those advices.
Why would it
And
matter,
I
that little
understand.
piece of information?
Let me ask you, because of something that you said when you spoke with Lawrence Jones. You know, do you believe that people on this campus know something that the rest of us don't know? Do you think that there was a stalker involved in this case?
I don't think it matters what I particularly feel. I just want them to follow the evidence. I think even people who think they don't have information, I know people have been scared to share stuff because of there may be a alcohol or drugs or something in the background. I've tried to work with them to let everybody know that that's not what they're working on. But I've definitely heard from people that they're scared to submit stuff. It could be a party, it could be anything around that neighborhood within that time that could help us. And I think that community is going to solve this case just as much as those officers in that room.
You said something about, someone's car could be, in a selfie or a video of a person who said that they had an alibi, but the car isn't where it was supposed to be. Tell me about that, what you're thinking when you say that, sir.
I have an IT background. I know Teslas and some other vehicles have cameras that you don't even have to turn on and they're still recording. And there's some chips in there that you can pull data off. I know that's the way the Wi-Fi's work. So this individual could have came into these homes and partied and done things, and that data can be captured. I want this guy to be fair. I want him to be scared. I don't want him to be confident. I want him to be sick of seeing my face. And I'm not going nowhere until this guy's off the streets. And the worst thing I want is another family to go through this.
Kayla's mom said something about being fearful that he is around, that he's watching all of this, that he could even show up at a funeral service for your daughter or one of these children.
It's pretty much a fact. He who does something like this?
I was wondering if he showed up to the vigil, like the killer, and he's in the crowd there.
And doesn't tune into the media. Who wouldn't? It's in his 100% selfish interest. So yes, he is. And we wouldn't want to do some kind of celebration and exclude anyone. So, yeah, he could easily be there, and that's a sick kind of twisted person that would do this kind of crime.
When you talked about getting into the phone, you said we have family passwords, and, we were able to get in there. Is there anything that you can share with us about what you learned there or people she was communicating with? We know there was a back and forth between she and her on and off boyfriend through the course of the night.
There was a little there was some information. We were able to get that to the police officers. I think it definitely helped them. I know the behavior footprint afterwards. It did definitely get some more things in the works. But I'm a historical fact person. I can help them know my daughters and Maddie from past. But going forward, I'm going to be less and less relevant.
Do you believe that your daughter was the target, or do you have any reason to think that that she was over someone else, or that someone else was?
I do have some inkling that there was some behavior difference. I call them a footprint. When you commit a crime, you do different behaviors. I've asked permission to give any of that out, and they told me no, it would not be beneficial. So I've held back on that, and I tried to keep my word.
I'm sorry, behavior of her or someone she knew?
Behavior of the victims.
Okay.
Yeah, meaning they treated somebody different than the other people. That's what we've always said. So somebody could have been the target specifically, and then there's the larger target of killing all the people there, right? Crazy. All right, so what do you guys want to talk about on this case? I mean, I can show you what I've worked on so far on this animation. Smoother now. Watch it. It's better. This is just the first floor thing. It goes up the stairs, right? This is the living room area, and this is Zaina and Ethan's room. Kills both of them in there, And when I render it out, it's going to look like this. Watch. Hold on. It'll look like this. Hold on. Oh, well, that was quick. So it looks like that. I think. Well, actually, it's not done yet. There it is. So I've got like a red light going on in there. And then here you go. Up the stairs to the 3rd floor. That door on the left a minute ago, I think it's another room that had nobody in it. Then up the stairs. And into Kaylee and Madison's room. There you go. And then, to exit, you go back down. And then take a left and go into the kitchen. And then go out the sliding glass door. See that? Boom. Right there. Alright. So I was thinking of doing like 2 or 3 different versions, you know, have put them all together and then let people vote on which one they think. You know, because you could have them come into the sliding glass door to start, go upstairs, you know, kill Zena and Ethan right away, go upstairs, then back out the sliding door. Or you came in here and, you know, their doors were locked, or you just went straight up the stairs. You know, you had the keypad number, something like that. Yes, everybody hit that like button. So I'll just do it one more time. That's the front door outside. That's one of the bedrooms straight ahead, and there's one right behind this camera. Then the killer goes up the stairs in this scenario. Gray, do you think they could have gone through the sliding door? Yeah, I just said that a minute ago. And then goes into Ethan and Zena's room. Kills them. Then goes down here, takes a right, goes through here, and then up these double stairs. And then right at the top, you take a left and go into Kaylee and Madison's room. And then he killed them in there. Maddie's room. Then that room ahead is Kaylee's room. Then down. And then instead of going back into the living room area there, you take a hard left, go into the kitchen, and then out the sliding glass door. See, doesn't that make it really simple to get, like, understand and look at it? You know, it's really a lot easier, I think. So there you go. And those are why I get the super chats, you guys, because of stuff like that. Absolutely incredible. Anyways, I'm gonna. What do you think there's any more to do on this one tonight? Because I don't feel like we could sit here and just talk and talk and talk, but they haven't really put out any new information. I'll open up the lines later, and then we can have people call in and talk about it. But other than that, it's just there's nothing really new in this case to go, oh wow, because you can spend all night talking about, wow, there's a call at 3:01 at that same park, and they were killed between 3 and 4. So, but you know, it's a college campus. People drink, and cops are called every 5 seconds. And it is close, you know. They live right here, you know. And then, so this is where the incident occurred. You're Sigma Chi, and then the house is right there. But there's nothing to really say about it, though, because there's no other information other than that's all it was. There's no walkway. Huh? Who cares? I mean, all you do is just get out of your house and you just walk down there. you know. So yeah, it's right there. You know, there's little alleys that you can go down and things like that. Yeah. Well, it could be. Well, I always thought if it was the very first thing that we talked about, that would be, you know, that makes the most sense still. The X. I mean, it's amazing, but it does. Anyways, I'll be back in a minute. Yeah. Half of you probably wish I'd stayed out longer so you could just listen to that. So anyways, I'm going to switch over now to the Delphi case. And then I think the last hour, maybe open up the telephones and see what happens. All right. But we've hit a little like the last hour. It's been like this. Not hour. The last 20 minutes. All right. Let's see. Well, I guess the main thing that happened today was Richard Allen's attorneys put out a letter sort of combating the probable cause document. All right, so what we'll do is put it right here on the screen, and then I've already recorded me reading it, so I don't have to read it again. Welcome, Brown-Eyed Girl 714. Da-da-da-da. Oh, is that it? Yeah, here we go. Here we go, everybody. I'll remove my face so you don't get confused. Here is a statement by Richard Allen's lawyers. We do not want to try this case in the media, and we intend to adhere to the Indiana rules of professional conduct that provide guidance on pretrial publicity. However, the police and prosecutor's office have conducted many press conferences over the 5 years of this investigation and following our client's arrest. On the other hand, Rick's ability to assert his innocence has been reduced to only one short post-hearing press conference. Accordingly, we feel it appropriate, necessary, and within the bounds of our rules of professional conduct to make a few comments concerning the probable cause affidavit and Rick's innocence. Rick is a 50-year-old man who has never been arrested nor accused of any crime in his entire life. He is innocent and completely confused as to why he has been charged with these crimes.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure he is.
I'm sorry. Here is a statement by Richard Allen's lawyers.
Sorry.
We do not want to try this case in the media,
I'll have to start it over again.
and we intend to adhere to the Indiana rules of professional conduct that provide guidance on pretrial publicity. However, the police and prosecutor's office have conducted many press conferences over the 5 years of this investigation and following our client's arrest. On the other hand, Rick's ability to assert his innocence has been reduced to only one short post-hearing press conference. Accordingly, we feel it appropriate, necessary, and within the bounds of our rules of professional conduct to make a few comments concerning the probable cause affidavit and Rick's innocence. Rick is a 50-year-old man who has never been arrested nor accused of any crime in his entire life. He is innocent and completely confused as to why he has been charged with these crimes. The police did not contact Rick after Libby German and Abby Williams went missing. Rather, Rick contacted the police and voluntarily discussed being on the trail that day. Like many people in Delphi, Rick wanted to help any way he could.
I mean, come on. Really?
Yeah, man, like everybody else, he tried to help any way he could. Yet he didn't even say he saw the girls at all. So why the hell would he think that would help at all? You know, he shows up there and,
Look it. Let's make no mistake about it. Rick, or, Richard Allen, Rick, whatever the hell you want to call him, he came forward because those 3 girls saw him on the bridge. Or not on the bridge, on the trail, they saw him. And so he knew that, his name might pop up. He does work in town. He was a little bit... So you sort of wanted to, come forward before they came to him. And look how it's being used right now for that, almost the same kind of bullcrap.
Rick contacted the police to let them know that he had walked on the trail that day, as he often did. Without Rick coming forward, the police probably would not have had any way of knowing that he was on the trail that day.
Yeah, you're exactly right. You're exactly right. We talked about that yesterday, attorneys. You're very astute there. If he hadn't have mentioned that, they would have had no way of knowing. As a matter of fact, I think he thought that the gig was up a long time ago. And turns out it almost worked. And he hadn't said anything, he wouldn't have been arrested yet. The problem is he is the guy on the bridge. Okay, there is no doubt about it. He is the guy on the bridge. And so he came forward because... and here's something that's making me a little bit nervous, you guys. The comments that these attorneys make sound very similar to some YouTubers that are out there that seem to sort of call questions, Yes, we can all question things and whatever, but they're the ones that are... I think they've actually came forward and are trying to help the attorneys out. I guarantee it. Okay? And I'm not just making this up like some weird conspiracy thing. I think that's exactly what's going on. These certain communities, the ones that all think it's Ron Logan, they got the wrong guy because we got to make sure it's our guy, Those people, it's just sort of odd, the same wording, magic bullet and so forth. Pretty strange, All right, let's go.
Rick volunteered to meet with a conservation officer outside of the local grocery store to offer up details of his trip to the trail on the day.
So that sounds interesting the way they worded that. So it says Rick volunteered to meet with it. So that means he called up the conservation officer and said, yeah, I'll meet you there. I have some information. At the local grocery store to offer up details of his trip to, so... he probably wanted to hurry up and get that out.
And I wonder, that wouldn't have been the same day. And it's weird. Well, let's just read that again.
Rick volunteered to meet with a conservation officer outside of the local grocery store to offer up details of his trip to the trail on the day in question. Rick tried to assist with the investigation. Rick volunteered to meet a conservation officer outside of the local grocery store to offer up details of his trip to the trail on the day in question. Rick tried to assist with the investigation.
God, what a great
and
guy.
told the police that he did recall seeing 3 younger girls on the trail that day. His contact with the girls was brief and of little...
See, that's the thing. That's it right there. The reason he talked to the conservation officer is because he saw those 3 girls that day. He even admits it right in the thing. Hey, hey, I saw these 3 girls, but I saw nobody else. I just wanted to let you know because they're going to bring up my name.
That he did recall seeing 3 younger girls on the trail that day. His contact with the girls was brief and of little significance. Rick does not recall if this interaction with the conservation officer was tape recorded, but believes that the conservation officer scribbled notes on a notepad as Rick spoke to him.
So that's how they came up with the narrative, because he scribbled it down. And how do we know if it's accurate or not? We're going to definitely have to question the conservation officer on his accuracy, because he just jotted it down. You know, if it had been recorded, we'd believe it, but you jotted it down, sir, and we're just not going to accept it.
That he did recall seeing 3 younger girls on the trail that day. His contact with the girls was brief and of little significance. Rick does not recall if this interaction with the conservation officer was tape recorded, but believes that the conservation officer scribbled notes on a notepad as Rick spoke to him. After Rick shared his information with law enforcement officials, he went back to his job at the local CVS and didn't hear from the police for more than 5 years. The next time Rick heard from the police was in October of 2022. This was approximately 2 weeks before a contested sheriff's election and within days of a federal lawsuit filed against the Carroll County Sheriff's Office by its former second-in-command, Michael Thomas. In the lawsuit, Thomas claims that he, Thomas, had made suggestions and offered assistance in the investigation of a high-profile child homicide investigation, but those suggestions and offers were rejected by the sheriff. Thomas further claimed that the sheriff and others in the department feared the disagreements with Thomas would become publicized as a result of the political campaign for sheriff. Thomas claims in the suit that he was ultimately
What does this
demoted
shit
and
here have to do
replaced
with
by
anything?
Tony Liggett,
What is
who
this
later
stuff?
that year won the 2022 election.
What does this stuff here have to do with anything? See, this is what I'm saying. Do you notice how similar this crap is to the wacky YouTube channels? Like, who gives a crap about the dispute between the sheriff's departments? You know what I'm saying? Hey, thanks. 8675309. I tried calling you earlier. Jeez. Who gives a crap? You know, but the same, I gotta tell you, the same YouTubers bring up these same things. So I guarantee it. They're like, listen, hey, sir, we've been following this for years. I believe your guy's innocent because I've always thought it was Ron Logan. Okay, so let me help you out here. Hey, look at this thing here. Look at this. It's really strange, right?
Rick does not recall if this interaction with the conservation officer was tape recorded, but believes that the conservation officer scribbled notes on a notepad as Rick spoke to him. After Rick shared his information with law enforcement officials,
Thanks, Cairo.
he went back to his job at the local CVS and didn't hear from the police for more than 5 years. The next time Rick heard from the police was in October of 2022. This was approximately 2 weeks before a contested sheriff's election.
Who cares?
And
though?
within days of a federal lawsuit filed against the Carroll County
What is the point of this part here? Are you trying to imply that
it was quickly, they had to make an arrest really quick, make something up because you're trying to win the sheriff race or something. I mean, just within days of a federal lawsuit filed against the Carroll County Sheriff's Office by its former second-in-command, Michael Thomas. In the lawsuit, Thomas claims that he, Thomas, had made suggestions and offered assistance in the investigation of a high-profile child homicide investigation, but those suggestions and offers were rejected by the sheriff. Thomas further claimed that the sheriff and others in the department feared the disagreements with Thomas would become publicized as a result of the political campaign for sheriff. Thomas claims in the suit that he was ultimately demoted and replaced by Tony Liggett, who later that year won the 2022 election for sheriff. Furthermore, Thomas claims he was also removed from high-profile cases. Rick was ultimately arrested on or about October 28, 2022. In the 5+ years since Rick volunteered to provide information to the police, Rick did not get rid of his vehicle or his guns and did not throw out his clothing. He did not alter his appearance. He did not relocate himself to another community. He did what any innocent man would do and continued with his normal routine. The probable cause affidavit seems to suggest that a single...
Yeah, that's right. Because Dennis Radar, he was innocent. You know, he got absolutely railroaded. You know. Oh yeah, Dennis Radar. All those guys, all those killers out there that go back to live their normal lives. Maybe had he got rid of the car and did all these weird things, people would have noticed around in his inner circle. Instead, he just pretended everything was the same. Man, this is ridiculous. Not even sure where I was. The probable cause affidavit seems to suggest that a single magic bullet is proof of Rick's guilt. It is a bit premature to engage in any detailed discussions regarding the veracity of this evidence until more discovery is received, but it is safe to say that the discipline of tool mark identification ballistics is anything but a science. The entire discipline has been under attack in courtrooms across the country as being unreliable and lacking any scientific validity. We anticipate a vigorous legal and factual challenge to any claims by the prosecution as to the reliability of its conclusions concerning the single magic bullet. On Rick's behalf, we argued to have the probable cause affidavit unsealed. Rick has nothing to hide. As importantly, we were hoping that we would receive tips that would assist us in proving up his innocence. Not surprisingly, we have been inundated with tips from a variety of sources, all of which will be vetted by our team. Although it is the burden of the prosecutor to prove Rick's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, the defense team looks forward to conducting its own investigation concerning Rick's innocence. We appreciate those that have reached out to support this cause. The prosecutor mentioned at the last hearing his belief. Right. Did you hear that right there? Those that have reached out to support this cause. I guarantee it. It's a lot of these YouTubers out there. Almost this whole thing written here sounds like one of them. You know, instead of look at it the other way. Let's try to look at it the other way. Yeah.
We appreciate those that have reached out to support this cause. The prosecutor mentioned at the last hearing his belief that others may have been involved in the killing, yet there was no mention in the probable cause affidavit about a second suspect involved in the killing. The defense is confused by such discrepancies in the investigation and will be in a better position to respond as more discovery is received. Rick Allen owned a Ford Focus in February of 2017. His Ford Focus is not in any way similar to the distinctive look of the PT Cruiser or Smart Car that was described by the witnesses. It seems that the Carroll County Sheriff's Department is trying to bend facts to fit their narrative. At this point in time, we have received very limited information about this case.
Let me try this.
And will be in a better position to respond as more discovery is received. Rick Allen owned a Ford
I rewound
Focus
it a little
in
bit.
February of 2017. His Ford Focus is not in any way similar to the distinctive look of the PT Cruiser or Smart Car that was described by the witnesses. It seems that the Carroll County Sheriff Department is trying to bend facts to fit their narrative. At this point in time, we have received very limited information about this case and look forward to having something more to view that which was... At this point in
I had to
time,
start over again.
we have received very limited information
something I should have
about this
edited out, but
case
I didn't do it.
and look forward to having something more to view than that which was offered up in the sparse probable cause affidavit. Moving forward, it is our intent to scrutinize the discovery as it is received and give the necessary attention to the volumes of tips that we are receiving. To the extent we continue to discover information that points to Rick's innocence, we will offer up this information to the public so long as we are not prohibited from doing so as a result of the recent request by the prosecutor for a gag order or by the Indiana Rules of Professional Conduct. Signed Brad Rosie of Hillis, Rosie, and Dean, and Andrew J. Baldwin of Baldwin, Perry, and Camish, attorneys for Rick Allen.
Yeah, well, there you go. There you go. Let me fix my... I gotta get that part out of there. Hold on. Is it right here?
And owned a Ford Focus in February of 2017. His Ford Focus is not in any way similar to the distinctive look of the PT Cruiser or Smart
It's
Car
right here.
that was described by the witnesses.
I don't know. It does look,
It
I think it looks pretty
seems that
similar.
the Carroll County Sheriff Department is trying to bend facts to fit their narrative. At this point in time, we have received very limited information about this case and look forward to having something more to view that which was...
There we go. Let me remove all that.
At this point in time, we have received very limited information about this case and look forward to having something...
There we go. I don't know. What do you guys make of this thing? I think it's just absolute garbage, you know? I mean, they're all things that you're going to say, but how does he explain that he says later that he's on platform 1, which is exactly where Sue saw him, and then Sue runs into Abby and Libby, and directly behind Sue and in front of Abby and Libby is Richard Allen. I mean, Richard Allen admits to being on platform 1. It's right at that time. You know, wearing that exact clothing, okay? You know, he didn't say precisely like out loud what time, but he's wearing the clothing that matches exactly what's on the video. He says he was standing on platform 1 looking at fish. Sue was right there 50 feet away from platform 1, then turned around and walked back, and while walking back halfway between the bridge and the parking area, she passed Abby and Libby. And guess what? Abby and Libby were heading towards the bridge. Therefore, Abby and Libby had to have crossed paths with this guy unless we think, oh, he disappeared into the woods. And then he just sort of went walking somewhere. He was looking at fish, but then right at that one moment, within 3 minutes, because it only would take 3 minutes for Abby and Libby to get from the halfway point to the beginning of the bridge. I guess we have to go to that. Hold on. Whoa. Yeah, I think I need to move some of these guys right here into the probable cause folder. I think all of these. 14, ding. Anything else? Richard Allen passes 3 girls. A Walmart. Witnesses saw BG on platform. BG standing here. I don't know if that... I'll put that in there. Alright, these are all pins from the probable cause document right here. That's what these are. So this part here, to me, is one of the biggest pieces of information right here. So, and it's just so interesting when you watch the, the video that I made out there where this is the parking area, and you have Kelsey's car driving by at 140, or what was it, 140, 50, what the hell time is it now? Hold on a second. Yeah, 149, excuse me. So her car drives by at 149 right here. And that means the girls were probably dropped off at 148. Sue got there at 146. So Sue gets out of her car and is only 2 minutes ahead. Or, or so, maybe, 2 minutes ahead, the girls get out, but they stand here for a minute or something. And Sue's walking, because she's on an exercise walk where Abby and Libby are just out there hanging out and having fun. So she gets to the bridge here, and then turns around and then runs right back into Abby and Libby because they were just 3 minutes behind. 2 or 3 minutes. And so, Sue turns around after seeing Richard Allen, who admits to being the guy standing on platform 1 looking at fish. And he's probably saying he's looking at fish. Guess what he's doing when he says he's looking at fish and he is... what's the other one? Oh, and then he's looking at stock tickers. Why do you think he's saying that? What is he doing both of those times? I want to see if you picture the same thing. Thanks, Caligal3 and Wonder Woman. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Remember that? Wonder Woman! Get us out from under! Wonder Woman! Now, yeah, they're looking down. Griffin Hold'em said it. Yeah, so they're looking down, and that's sort of explaining why, it's kind of looking down where you might think he's trying to hide his face if you would just said it out loud, but he has an excuse to why it looks like he's hiding his face. He's looking at fish, don't you know? Oh, he's looking at his phone for stock symbols and everything. 'Cause he's always got his head down. No, that's not what he's doing. I think it's because he's looking down. And if you remember, the descriptions are kind of like that. Like he had his head down, he's kind of looked like he's in a hurry, but he wanted to make it to have an explanation of why he was doing that. It could also be that he's just trying to that's what I think he's doing. But it could just be that he's like he couldn't have been doing something else. He was busy doing other things. I was looking at fish. Why would I want to attack somebody? Oh, I was doing stock, just I'm a businessman, don't you know? I'm walking around and I'm doing these things, but both of them involve looking down, kind of. I mean, nobody holds their phone up in the air and looks at stock symbols. I do, Gray. I do it all the time.
Recording in progress.
1 second. I'm going to get the phone numbers and everything going now, just to have them up there. All right, but what we're going to do first, though, is I'm going to play if you missed the video that I put out today, I'll play that one too. It's only 7 minutes long, but it's pretty interesting. And I did it, and here's the thing is, For some reason, my YouTube channel in the Delphi case hardly ever hit the algorithm or anything, even though I was putting out, I would say, by far away, the best content on the Delphi case. Now that sounds like, oh, you're bragging. It's just the reality, man. I mean, I put out stuff that, it's amazing seeing what's out there now in the search warrants and the stuff that we put out. So on my show, we put out that the killer was there for over 20 minutes of the time Derek was there. Well, that was just proven. It was 3:50 something when he took off. We put I had this interview almost 2 years ago with this individual, and he told us that the car was backed in against the building. We put that out here. Yet it doesn't seem to filter into all the wacky Facebook and YouTube shows or anything like that. It never becomes part of the information. We also knew on this show that Abby said, "Is that a gun? He's got a gun." And for the people here, they're like, "Wow, that's crazy that she said that." And guess what? It was in the probable cause affidavit, or probable cause document. Yeah, affidavit, I think. But isn't that crazy? I mean, and there's so many more things like that aren't the generally known things by other people. It just sucks the way things work sometimes. It just is what it is. Other car parked. I'll just play it off my channel as well. There it is. Uh-oh. Boom! Grant Hughes investigates. You know what's crazy? This is from the helicopter footage. You know what's amazing right now is the helicopter footage means a lot more now. There's a lot of stuff in here. Look, here's the old Brit. So in this video right here, I don't know which way Sue came from, but probably over here. Sue drove by, goes under this bridge right here, and you see the three girls walking across. She said 4. Richard Allen, watch this. Here we go. There's the abandoned CPS building, backs his car in where it's backed into the building, facing this way, and then walks on this little path right here, likely, and goes like this, goes right here on the Freedom Bridge, and then runs into the 3 girls right here. Okay? Then he continues on. Abandoned CPS building.
I can tell you, what I saw was the vehicle.
And see, I talked to this guy. Now, one thing about this individual here is, I don't know for sure if he's even talking about the right day, because he says catfishing. I mean, how ironic was that? That he brings up catfishing, but has nothing to do with the catfishing that's in the case. Because at that time, everyone still thought social media had nothing to do with it when I interviewed this guy.
That they have them identified, parked along the road, and I drove by that morning at 8:45.
Well, I know you heard it because I put a note on the screen.
Went to another town, did some work, and come back. And then that afternoon, I was retired from it now, but I was in pest control. I was scanning bait stations at the building right across the road from there. And at 2:07...
And see, Cairo went to this building here and this building. Both these had cameras. This was the key building down here.
Around right in there, that vehicle was still there, and I thought, that's kind of odd. I never seen it there before or after, and I thought,
yeah, he just meant fishing. I told you. That's what I said.
Going in, if they were messing around the the Freedom Bridge or the trails or whatever, and I've described it, sent pictures of
Did you even watch
close
the
to
video?
what it is. It was an older model car, and I don't know why the police said a couple years later they wanted to know that they let it out that there was a vehicle parked over in that area between noon and 5. Well, it was there at 9:15 in the morning, and I believe it was an older vehicle. It's something like you'd see.
You know, he was doing pest control work over here. I don't know if you would do that on a Saturday and Sunday, especially since this guy is basically really religious. Like he's a, really religious individual. So I don't know if I think likely it was the same day, but nobody else mentioned seeing the second car there, although they got there later, right? Like, let's see. Yeah, that's right. Well, she would have seen that car, maybe. Sue, right? When she left, it was 2:14. And didn't he say that this car was... Let's just rewind it a little bit.
Out that there was a vehicle parked over in that area between noon and 5. Well, it was there at 9:15 in the morning. And I believe it was an older vehicle. It's something like you'd see the guy catfishing on the river on Saturday morning. So I believe that must have
Who's
been
Mark
in there
Rogers?
early.
That's not this guy.
And he didn't go past any cameras. He's turned around, and I had a friend.
So he mentioned Saturday and Sunday on this.
And he didn't go past. You'd see the guy catfishing on the river on Saturday.
See, catfishing, but literally catfishing. See how I wrote that on the screen? So I like how people are like, yeah, I caught that too, Gray. Yeah, because it's right in front of your face. You know?
Saturday morning. So I believe that must have been in there early. And he didn't go past any cameras.
Yeah, he said Saturday or Sunday morning, but I don't think he's going to be doing pest control work on a Saturday and Sunday.
Turned around, and I had a friend that worked at the one cob mill, thought he saw it on the Interside Bridge, maybe around 3:30, 4 o'clock, like he might have been watching or something. I don't know, but
when you say the other side of the bridge, do you mean like the on the other side of the Freedom Bridge over there?
Yeah, it may have been parked over there after I come through there, and.
Hey, could you tell? You know where when you said you saw the car parked over by the CPS building, was it on the road or kind of like back near
off the road, halfway between that building and the curve?
Okay, and was it sort of just face in, or was it kind of like parked ready to go?
Well, it was just about 2-3 foot off the side of the road.
I mean, was it was it head? Was it
bridge?
Head? Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. I think that was you were about to answer.
But he turned around, or he would have got caught on. There's cameras at that one business. A friend of mine got farm store or something. So he's turned around. He never went on down the road and out that way. He turned around, avoided the camera.
You know, there's a camera right on that building. I don't know if it was there at the time, but you know the building across the street from the CPS building?
Cairo, still frame.
Yeah, that's where I was working.
Oh, I have a friend that went out there, and I had him look for surveillance cameras, and the one that you mentioned a second ago, he found. It's right on the straightaway. And then he found the one.
Was right.
Then he found the one
there
on that building right there where you were working. It's just.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that one is. Maybe it's not motion. If it's motion activated, it probably didn't pick him up because it was like 300 feet away or something like that.
Yeah. So.
How long do you think it was there? You think the car was parked at like 9 in the morning? You were saying?
9:15, and it was still there at, when I left the area about 2:15.
Yeah.
And then another guy thought.
So that's interesting. He left at 2:15, and Sue would have been driving by right at 2:15. So, what does that mean? I mean, she seems like she would have seen that car too, but maybe she didn't notice that car because it was normal. The car that she noticed was the car that was backed in strangely at the CPS building.
He saw it on the other side about 3:30.
What does rabble
Hello?
mean?
Hello, yeah, this is
What are
Grant
you talking
Hughes. You
about?
sent me
Just
a
type in a
text
normal
message
word
yesterday.
Or today. I don't know
Yes.
exactly when. But.
Yes.
Could you explain what you're referring to? Just so I can... I called him. So he texted me months later. I don't know. The files that I have now say June 2021 and July 2021, but I would bet money that these interviews were in 2019. Like, they were way back. Because there's no way that was just last year. These are really old. So I think when I transferred them at some point, usually the dates stay the same, so I don't know. Hear it?
Oh.
I mean, it's hard to tell exactly.
It's really, I was at the fair and I saw that one of the officers I'd give some tips to. I got to asking him, I said, well, why was it?
And the guy that he was talking to is one of the really, the high up dudes, That's why I bleeped it out. I'm not going to put that in there.
Time on this vehicle reported between noon and 5. Well, I didn't know that there was another vehicle, and he said it was parked at that CPS building backed into where they couldn't see the license plate. And I never saw it when I was there around a little after 2 o'clock. That was news to me that there were two vehicles, and that's the one they were asking for the tips on, I guess, instead of the one I saw.
Oh, interesting.
They said, did it look anything like mine? Well, he said they don't even know what color it was. I thought, it sounded like there's more than one person reported it. I thought, I never saw it. I don't know how it could have been backed in there when all I saw was that other one. And it was in there at 8:45 in the morning when I drove by on the road and looked over. And then when I was actually working in that building, and it was pest control. I was scanning bait stations. I've turned it in. I've got the actual time. It shows exactly when I was around that building. There's no doubt as to when I was there because it shows the time I run my bait stations.
Yeah, you're saying the vehicle was in between CPS and the curve, so maybe about 100 feet down the road from the driveway to the CPS, or?
That's the one I saw.
Okay.
Off to the side of the road. It was odd that wasn't at that building or on down.
Aren't you almost over everything?
Where they walk in.
8, 6, 7,
between them, on the right side.
On the right side, which direction on the right side?
Same size as the
I saw him in an article.
I see. 150 yards down, but there's a
news story, and I just called him
there,
up. I don't know.
Where you go into that
it's weird.
Freedom Bridge, and it was halfway between there.
Weird.
They don't know the color. They said it was suspicious. It was backed into where you couldn't see the license plate. Well, I never knew there was another vehicle spotted that day.
See, little pieces of information that were accurate way back when.
And I didn't see it, and maybe it could have been hidden where I couldn't see it. If I couldn't see it at that time, that just makes me wonder how legitimate that. I don't know. That really puzzled me. That's why I suppose they said between noon and 5, because when I saw it made more sense. It might have been that guy's because it was in there. I think he went in early, scouted things out. Too many people got in there, and then, just stayed in there till the situation arose. Yeah, facing the road or something, but it was backed up. It looked like it was kind of trying to be concealed.
I think it was probably right next to the building.
So, but the one I saw then, like I told you, he turned around. He was facing toward that, the way he walked in, but he turned the vehicle around because it didn't get caught on that building that's on around the corner on the camera, because they had a lot of vehicles they looked at.
I'll have to update everybody and say, well, there might be another vehicle. You don't know that, Kay, if they had him back up or not.
I don't know.
Unless you're Kay Weber.
I said after all this time,
for Kay Weber, maybe.
All guys couldn't say nothing to me, but I didn't know that there was supposedly another vehicle reported. But you'd think they knew the color of it. They couldn't.
What do you mean blue?
He said they couldn't even tell the color.
What blue building? There is no.
It looked like the one I sent pictures of. Well, they didn't even know what color. Well, they just reported it was kind of parked back in there. It looked kind of suspicious the way it was parked. But,
yeah.
That's why I don't understand why I didn't see that vehicle that day over there.
Yeah. Anyways, that was it. Yeah, I thought that was, I was just sitting around and go, wait a minute, I already interviewed somebody a long time ago that already knew all about all this, a lot of this stuff. Wow. So the person that had the most accurate information, and I know exactly why. I mean, he would know. He had a family member that would know. Yeah, he told us all kinds of stuff. He was saying that they thought the person would have to be pretty strong because they were able to move Libby a distance. And they moved both of them, but to move Libby, because Libby weighed 200 pounds and, wasn't alive, so it's a lot harder to move a person like that. And then there was also what was told was at the time in 2017 they found so little DNA or any forensic type information there. They had a touch DNA off the shoulder of a sweatshirt of one of the girls, and that was it. And they don't even know what that means. Touch DNA is definitely a defense attorney's dream, Especially with Richard Allen's job, you could easily make an argument that, let's say Tara goes over to the, where did he work again? At the, not Walmart. It was some kind of what was the place that Richard Allen worked? CVS. Yeah, so he worked at the CVS, and I thought of it before you typed it in. He worked at the CVS pharmacy, but people will type it in anyways. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. CVS. Yeah, so you can make an argument that he works at the CVS pharmacy. Yeah, there goes Cindy. So she had to do it. There goes Karen. Had to do it. Everybody had to type it in. Even though I said it 5 minutes ago. So anyways, yeah, if he worked at a CVS, and let's say Tara bought something from the store, and then Richard Allen hands it to Tara, and then she grabs the bag, then goes and talks to Libby, and maybe touches her sweatshirt, and goes, "Hey, how's it going?" And pats her on the shoulder. Well, there's Richard Allen's DNA on the sweatshirt of Libby. See how that works? Yeah. Well, Blue and Chloe just had their baths. I thought it was a CVS element. Oh man, everybody's typing in Walgreens. Uh-huh. What name are you talking about when you say the bullet? You're talking about the magic bullet? So CVS, I said Walgreens to be silly. You had it. Well, okay, Walgreens has CVS pharmacy. Okay. Well, maybe that was the store that Richard Allen met the conservation officer at. We're gonna need to get more channel members tonight. We only got 4, so come on, you guys. If you're not a channel member yet, there's real affordable options out there on this channel, like Betty Fremont and Helen Parama, and most of you guys are channel members. Yeah, lots of weird stuff going on in the chat. What was the conversation? Conservation officer. Well, those guys also search. That's what they do. They search in wildlife areas. Oh, okay. Yours was a joke? I don't know, LMM.
I'm confused, man. Now I have to go read and see what's going on. Can you guys just have normal nights in here? Just ignore the idiots, okay? You always tell me to do it, so why don't you guys do it more than me? Yeah. Thank you, Christelle Giano. I think I said it right. Although I sort of, you know how I said your name? Do you guys ever watch Evil Dead? And then the next one, I think it was like Army of Darkness or something. And the main character had to go up on this mountain and recite 3 words, but he didn't quite remember them when he had to say these words at this altar. And he's like, Klaatu Barada. And then he looked around, hoping maybe that was good enough. It tricked the gods, you know. That was hilarious. Come on, you guys got to go see that one. It's hilarious. Like, it's actually, I think it was like Klaatu Barada Nektu or some crap like that. And he didn't remember Nektu, so he just kind of mumbled and kind of sneezed in there, hoping that the... Yeah. That's how I just said that name up above. When I said Christelle Picciano? Why did they skip the first Richard Allen interview? What do you mean? Well, they said in the Murder Sheet podcast, hey, thanks, Kit Kat. Is that a different? That's a different Kit Kat, right? Brianna 25 upgraded to Oogla Boogla and Christy Benson. Thank you. Oh, and Jody William down there. And Renergy, who won a, I think it was the Everything Tumbler last night. Yeah, maybe it is a Rite Aid. Rite Aid is owned by Walmart. Or the other way. Yeah, I don't know who bought who, but... All right, let's see. Let's go down and look. Here we go, everybody. We're going to go to Street View. And we're going to look. It's panning. It's going to do a slow pan. CVS Pharmacy. Here we go. Well, what store is it in? That's all it is, you guys. It's a CVS Pharmacy. It's not a Rite Aid. It's not a Walmart. Although this street, well, no, this is from September 2022, just 2 months ago. So, guess what, everybody? Wow, Richard Allen could actually be working in there right at this moment. Let's go look at this. That's so crazy. This is September. Is that what he drives right there? Is that a Ford Focus? Right back there? How weird is that, huh? Is that the Ford Focus? Let's take a look at the... Greg sent me some images I didn't even know about. I'd never even heard of this site here. It's called... well, hold on. Let me look. Like Beacon or some shit. So these are some satellite images, I guess. I think they're satellite. They seem almost too clear. Like that might be his car right there. So I don't know if that doesn't look the same on the top. Here, let's do this. That's the new one. But they have up here 2008. Alright, hold on. Yeah, that's 2008 right there. That's where Kelsey worked. I mean, look how, no, she worked at Dairy Queen. Never mind. Sorry. Let's see if there's one. 2009. He worked there then. Or maybe he wasn't working there at that time. This is 2015 here. And this is 2018. That looks more like one to me. If you work there, you probably park in the back, right? Man, is that it? Look at that. That's apparently what they look like. This is another one Greg sent. Do you think that it looks like maybe it doesn't quite have the... Wouldn't that be trippy, though? Oh, man. I don't know if that's it or not, but that's pretty... God, look at the tire, the little wheel things even kind of... I don't know. You think that's his Ford Focus right there? That's 2015 right there. What year was his? So I don't know if that's his or not. See, that says 2015. I don't think there's any other... That might not have been it. That's 2018. Yeah, I don't know. He probably would have had to park in the back, though, as an employee, I would think. And unfortunately, in the back, let's see if over here... Yeah, they only have... Man, that sure looks like a Ford Focus, though, the way that shape is back there. You know, I'm trying to see if there's ever a time where it shifts years or anything back here, but it doesn't look like it. Yeah, it's just so weird when you see pictures like this. Like, everybody's still alive. Oh, wow, you think so? No, that's it. It's really clear for 2015, too. Looks like a little different shape to it in the back. But actually it's 2015. If this is 2016, it can't be it. So anyways, just thought I'd throw a shot in the dark at something like that. You never know. This is April 2017. And wouldn't that be weird if his car is one of these parked just 2 months later at work? I guess it wouldn't be that weird, but it'd just be eerie to look at it. Hold on. see. For the mug, I can't believe it. All right, so I'm going to open up the lines now. If anybody wants to call in about any of this stuff today, the crazy letter by the attorneys. I mean, I guess it's not really crazy. They're just, you know, they're not going to be able to put anything out there that proves he wasn't there. Okay, they're just not going to be able to do that. They're going to do the Ron Logan shit. So you know that, like Rick from Delphi After Dark, all that crap. They're going to go out there and they're going to sell the bullshit to this attorney because they have so much invested in it being Ron Logan that they're going to tell this guy that, oh, yeah. No, it's Ron Logan. Read this document. Look at this. You can definitely pin it on this guy. You can do it. I know you can. They would rather have a psycho murder killer go free than it not be their guy. I can guarantee it. I don't care who it is. I just want the person, and you know, I want the person arrested who did it and convicted who did it. But right now, this guy's stuff it's ludicrous. You get there at 1, he's there from 1:30 to 3:30. Well, guess what? That's the exact time frame. You know, the girls are dropped off there 20-something minutes later. When he gets there, guess what he does? Okay, so listen, he says he's there at 1:30, right? Let's put it together a different way now, because now it just popped into my head here. Watch. He pulls his car. His car goes by this building at 1:27, I believe. Right. Or we don't know if it's his car, but a dark vehicle drives by there at 1:27, and he claims he got there at 1:30. Okay? So that makes sense. And he said he parked by an old building. Okay? So he basically is saying that he's the car that drove by at 1:27 and that he parked there because he ran into 3 girls who, their timing, see, that's why you got to sort of look at this more and more times. They took a picture of this bench at I think it was 1:40. I should have put the time on that thing. Hold on, let me get to that. I'm going to go pull that out of the records now. Where the hell is it? I think it was on the 30th we did that, right? No. 29th. Delphi. And here it is. Now he's trapped in here. There's no doubt about it. And 27. What time did they take the picture? No, it was holy crap, now I can't remember. Yeah, they got there at 12:50. That's right, they were at 12:55. They took pictures at the bridge, something around that time. So that's what I'm looking for now. Trail that day at 2:13. Oh, there it is. 1:26. Okay. But I think they hung out at this bench for a little bit. 1:26 p.m. I mean, why take a picture of a bench unless you're sort of sitting there? Actually, that wasn't it. Hold on. This is where the bench was at 1:26. Then they probably hung out around there for a while, and then look how it works, how perfectly it works. See, Richard Allen gets here at 1:29. These girls here get here at 1:26, but they're
I think he sits in his car for a little bit and they hang out here. Unless this lady saw a different set of 4 girls, but I doubt it. She said 4 girls, but I think it was the same 3. So these, as a matter of fact, you would almost want to leave these out of the story. Who cares that you saw them here? I would actually get rid of that because it doesn't mean anything. We know for sure that Richard Allen says he saw 3 people. If I was law enforcement, I'd get rid of this statement going under here, seeing those 3 girls, because it doesn't mean a damn thing to the story. And she says 4. Okay? So you could easily go, well, she said 4, not 3. And you could just go, well, forget that then. Because look how perfect this works out here. Are you guys paying attention? Or are you just having your inner conversations, yakety, 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 and you're going to miss the important correlation here? So here it is, 126. The 3 friends are walking this direction like this, right? And then they pass Richard Allen. Look, he gets out at 129 right here. So let's say he gets out of his car and he starts walking. And then right here, it's about 132. Well, that's about exactly the amount of time it would take for these girls to get there. And he passes them, and they both admit to it. The 3 girls saw him, and he says he saw the 3 girls. And one was taller, and his description matches what the girls look like. So that's all that matters. Now, her going under the bridge and seeing them at 142, it just sort of jumbles up the story a little bit, because why would it take 10 minutes to get from here to here? It doesn't take that long. So I would just remove it because it doesn't matter. And plus she says 4 girls. All right, so just take that out of the story. He gets out of his car at 129, passes these girls here, and then she walks this way. Now, the reason they want this to be here, though, so I guess it does need to be there. So here's how it likely could have played out. And the reason it needs to be there is because of the timing of when she parked her car. So here's the thing. Right here, 126, and they take pictures of the bench. They're hanging out. So they stay there for a few minutes. Richard Allen pulls over here just 3 minutes after that time, and he hangs out in his car for a little bit. And he gets out at, let's say he leaves the car at like 1:38, 10 minutes he's sitting there or so. Then he walks out, and about 1:42-ish is when they cross paths right here. Then they walk across over here, and then she goes under the bridge at like 1:44. I would change that to. Goes under the bridge at 1:44, and then comes around, drives like this, and then she gets out right here at 1:46. But Richard Allen, he was right here. I mean, what the weird part is at one point, Richard Allen could have been walking on the trail. So he was in front of Sue. So we call Sue the girl that was the lady that was driving underneath here at 1:42-ish. I would actually say that might be 1:44. I'm going to change that. It has to be. That drive only takes a minute. All right, so 1:44. So it goes under there at 1:44. Just comes around like this, and then passes this building at 1:46, then parks, probably and then gets out of her car by 1:47, gets out, gets to the path, she starts going down here, and when she gets there, she sees a guy, Richard Allen, standing on platform number 1. Well, if Richard Allen was right here at 1:42 for her to have seen the girls walking across, then that means he could have, from here, it would have, if he walked for 10 minutes straight, he easily could have been here at 1:52, but he could have got there a lot quicker based on the pace that he was moving, because he's walking quick. So he might have got here around 1:50. She gets out of her car at 1:46 right here, and she gets to where he is not too long before he was standing on platform 1. Then Kelsey comes driving up at 1:49, amazingly. So at 1:49, Sue is probably in this area walking. 1:49. Kelsey pulls up, drops them off probably at 1:48, because she goes by here at 1:49. So 1:48, they get out. And they start walking. So Sue is maybe like here, and they're here, walking in the same direction. Then Sue gets to here and then turns around at 50 feet from there. And then she crosses path with Abby and Libby right in this area. And Abby and Libby are now alone where, I mean, it's so incredible because Richard Allen also says he's standing on platform 1 in the later interviews. And that's exactly where Sue said she saw him back in the early interviews. And he admits to being this person, and he's walking this way at the exact same time. I mean, there is no out for him, okay? Like, this is him. There isn't some magical weirdo. So you do need to have this part here it matters because it shows that the girls were lollygagging a little bit, and that he even sat in his car for a little bit. He comes out and then he passes those 3 girls. Then he walks this direction, and he admits to meeting those 3 girls. And the reason, I mean, you could take out, let's see, like, why do you need that? Yeah, because I guess if those girls went by and it was 132, because this picture, let's say this was at 126 right here. It would only take maybe 3 minutes or so to walk to here to be 129. And if that's when they passed, he gets out at 129, so there has to be some delay, a little bit. So let's say it was 132. Those girls walked by, and then another set of 4 girls went here and then turned around and came back. He still could have at 132. He would have been over here at 142 and just hanging out. And that still would mean that Sue drove around, passed this camera at 146, pulled into here, likely got to here at about 148, walks down here and gets there at about 150, 152-ish, like we have right there. 150, 152, and then she turns around and comes back, and that's right when Kelsey at 149, right when she's about right here, actually, is when the girls were just getting out of the car, and so they're walking like this. She's already coming back. Boom, they pass right here, and they're left alone with Richard Allen he was standing on platform 1 before, but I think when the girls came, he literally walked past them to make them feel safe to go back onto the bridge, and he watched back here to see what they would do, and they went on the bridge. And we don't know what there's people out there that say stuff like, were they told to go across the bridge to meet somebody on the other side? And if that's true, and that's what they were literally doing, wouldn't that be crazy? Anyways, the phone lines are open. I don't see anybody calling in, though. Yeah, no way they crossed each other on the bridge. Nope, and I don't think they would have done that. Maybe we'll just make this a shorter show. That's about all I had tonight anyways. I don't know who you guys are talking about. Gummo and everybody. How come you guys just don't come in and just sort of listen and try to just be part of the conversation about the case? Who cares about just block somebody that you don't like. LM has 1,000 people blocked. No, I don't really have anything else to talk about. Well, we can go over the letter again. I think it's where is that thing? Plus it just died in here again. It's one of these. Yeah. it'd be Lillian. What's going on, Lillian?
Hey, Gray, how you doing?
Not too bad. What's up?
Well, I know we have a country that has a judicial system that works. We all get it. But sometimes when you know in your heart, common sense, you have to have common sense and evidence, of course. We all know that. But I don't know of anybody that puts themselves at the crime scene at the time, parks the car, says, "Oh yeah, this is what I was wearing."
Because he's totally innocent. He already said that. He did all that because he's innocent. And why would a normal
right?
people do that?
Well, that's right. He was trying to help out and find the real killer.
Yeah.
We all know that. But what makes me so mad is you have this and the bullet. Let's not forget this bullet. They will probably say he was test firing it from his house that day, and since he's so close to the Mona High Bridge, it just dropped right between Libby and Abby. I mean, this is what makes me angry with defense attorneys. And I know they have to, everybody has a right to be defended and proven innocent until proven guilty. But this guy seems like he has absolutely no common sense. And Gray, what I'm a little confused about, people are saying he didn't work at the CVS till 2018, but didn't he process the pictures for the funeral and said, "No, I got it. You don't have to pay for it"?
Mm-hmm. But we don't know exactly when that was. I think I did ask Becky that. I think it was. No, you know what they were? No. Here's what they were. The pictures were pictures to be used at the funeral.
Right.
Not ones taken. Like at the funeral, they were like pictures taken to to make a pretty collage because there were photos that hadn't been developed.
So it would be for the funeral,
right?
right?
Yeah. So it was before. Yeah, it was pretty early then.
Yeah. So then that would be 2017. They wouldn't hold them for a year and then say, "Oh, the bodies," and say, "Oh, now we're going to have a funeral." So
yeah,
that's
they were right
what
away.
I'm trying.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he would have had maybe he wasn't a pharmacy tech then, but maybe he just worked there, because if he developed and helped them and said, "I'll take care of it, you don't have to pay for it," it had to be 2017, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah. I mean, it was whenever the funeral was.
So, I mean, and people are saying, well, he didn't work there until 2018, but then how could he...
Well, he wasn't a farm... No, but we already knew he worked there in 2017. What people thought was that, he wasn't
a tech then.
Yeah, he wasn't a pharmacy tech until...
Okay. Well, that clears it up for me. That's what I was trying to figure out.
Mm-hmm. So,
I mean... the body type, the whole 9 yards. It just so. If it looks like a duck, it quacks like a duck. To me, it's a duck. So yeah. I don't know. I'm not trying to prejudge the guy.
We're not on a jury. We're not on a jury. So when we're talking about it, I don't like the whole when people go. When you're doing a true crime show, hey, you're innocent. Yeah, we all know you're innocent until proven guilty.
Right.
But we're looking at it from the information that's being put out there. So then I can
say what I feel.
Yeah, or what you've seen too, right? I mean, feel
or what
isn't...
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is my feelings. The guy's as guilty as sin. That's my opinion. Okay? That's my opinion. And that's what I have to say about that. And they'll make everything in the book to make this guy look like he was just trying to help. He's an upstanding citizen. He's been married to his wife for 30-some years. He's got a clean record. So what does that mean? Okay, so maybe he was never caught. Took him 5.5 years, almost 6, to catch him in this case. So what does that mean? There's a lot of people, and he works at the CVS, like you said on your show, BTK. Great, he worked for. He was in the church. He was a game warden. Oh, he told everybody, be careful, do this, do that, and he was a monster. So that doesn't impress me, not one little bit. Now, the other thing you had on with the kids, it's really sad. I know the FBI and the state police is there in Indiana, but they better just get one spokesperson, because they are confusing people. That's a targeted. I still think it was somebody in their circle of friends, possibly a kid, that got missed at all of them. The wrong house bit. Anything's possible, but to kill 4 people because you had a beef with somebody who might have lived there before, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I think so.
And to me, I think it's going to be when they find out they have I think it's going to be somebody that was really upset with these kids, obviously. Jealous, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe got thrown out of college, wasn't doing good. Who knows? Jealous of all of them. Maybe maybe something did happen over at that fraternity party. We know. I never went to college, but maybe I know from listening to people that did. Yeah, your parties and all that stuff. But it's very odd, and that. There was a mention, and I can't remember where it was, about a Venmo that Ethan sent to somebody, and I don't know where. And somebody said it in chat, and I thought, "Oh, I'm going to."
Just forget it. Forget it. When somebody types something out, just forget it. If
Okay.
it comes out in
Okay.
if it comes out in the news or something, then care about it.
Okay, no, that's where I saw it, and I
I
can't
don't
remember
know.
where.
I
And
saw it in
somebody,
the chat that you sent a Venmo. I've heard the
No,
three.
I saw it.
I
go
don't think
ahead.
so. I don't think so. I think you saw the 330.
No. Well,
the 301
well,
911 call, not the 330 Venmo.
Okay, well, you know what? It's possible. Maybe there was some words exchanged there, and look, nobody knows. I don't even know if the police have much more. They probably do. They always hold more than what they give out. But I just think to come out and say it was targeted, then, well, now we're not sure it was targeted. Maybe the house was targeted. Now it's just confusing everybody. And it's making people angry. And
if it was on News Nation, it has to be true. Man, I tell you, that place is. Somebody typed it in.
The father did say last night at the vigil that now I read it might have been it was on a news station that Kaylee did have her furniture out of her bedroom. That's why she was in that room with Maddie, and Maddie might have taken her room, because if you remember, Gray, there's a picture of Kaylee with her dog.
But what difference does it make? That part, though? Like, who took
well, I'm just saying, no, it doesn't make any
all
difference
all we really need to know is that the 2 girls were killed in Maddie's room, the one with the sliding glass door. Yeah.
Right, but my point is the police didn't want it out, because when they get the perpetrator, I guess this is just my theory of thinking, maybe they're going to say, well, okay, what room did you kill Ethan and Zaina in? Well, that room. Okay, where did you kill Maddie? That one. Where did you kill Kaylee? That one. No, you didn't.
Well, that's why they want to keep that kind of stuff that only the killer knows.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So I just hope that they get it together. Maybe they all need to get together and figure out who's going to talk, and let it go at that. And I just hope to God they have a little more on Richard Allen, a little more than what they have, so they don't make a mockery out of what they have so far in the probable cause. Now I have one more thing, Greg. I just need a few prayers sent out my way, if you don't mind. I'm supposed to get my hip done the 14th, but my doctor told me that there was a change in my cardiogram and my echo, and they're concerned. So I have to go get a PET scan tomorrow, so I'm hoping that everything works out, because I'm going to get this hip done so I can fly around like I did when I was 21
Well, there you go.
on the 14th.
We'll make sure it's bionic. All right.
Pardon me. Oh, yeah. And I had my shoulder done today, so but it's not, an x-ray. So I was a little concerned about that. I thought, wow, but hey, Sunday you got to sing for me, because God willing, I'll be 73.
What day is that?
Sunday, the 4th.
Oh, I thought you said someday. Okay, Sunday.
Oh, someday. Oh, shit, Ray. No,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
All right.
No, Sunday.
All right.
So listen, let's pray that this case, Delphi, and this one doesn't get botched up. We need a conviction for the girls and the families. I don't believe in closure, but the families need justice too.
Okay.
So,
all right. Well, I got 3 other calls I got to get to.
Job.
But anyways, hey, listen.
Yeah.
Thanks for calling in. Everybody put some prayer hands for Lillian's adventures.
Yeah, the adventures of yeah. Okay.
Even though that's not your real,
Greg,
even though that's not your real name, but the Lillian that
No,
you're
I
here.
know that.
All right.
Yeah, it'll come to me. It'll come to me. It'll come to me.
Yeah.
Thank you, freaks.
All
Bye,
right.
Gray.
All right. See you later. Have a good one. Lillian. All right. See what happens, you guys, when I do the call-in shows, though? We get this mode right here. Like I said, we got to keep up the same pace as last month. All right, 912. What's going on? Who's this? Hello, hello, hello. You got 2 seconds to say something. Hello. Who's this? Okay, you got something you're going to say? You're taking a long time to get going here.
Hey, I've been following everything, and I'm trying to catch up with it all here. Am I reading this correctly, that basically everything was right in front of them from the jump, Gray?
Which case?
The Delphi case.
Yeah, in the Delphi case, yeah, they pretty much... well, it sounds like they had a guy saying he was... Richard Allen said he was in the area from 1:30 to 3:30, placed himself on the bridge exactly when somebody saw him, and just moments before the girls would have got on the bridge. And he was wearing, and he says he was wearing exactly the same clothing. And, yeah, and then apparently due to some sort of FBI clerical error, I don't know if it's, who said, did the FBI come forward, Susanna, and say that they're denying that, or was that the other case? I don't know. But anyways, that there was a clerical error by some civilian person that was taking in information and put it in the wrong place.
Yes, sir. Wow. Like, I was really baffled by that today when I was reading through that, and I just could not believe, we've been sitting there waiting for answers all these years, and people really been putting in time, and, people like you, great people really, dedicating their efforts, to help out, and, I really feel like things might could have been solved a little bit earlier. Something could have changed, had they just not had that oversight, But, I mean, I don't know what to say about that one, Great. I usually try to stay on the ISP side because I see a lot of people bash them, but it's kind of hard to, try to defend.
Yeah, there's really, somebody dropped the ball somewhere. There's no doubt about it. Yeah, there's no, I think if you get somebody that places themselves at the crime scene that's wearing exactly the same clothes and has multiple witnesses that saw them there, man, they're like at the top of your list. Where you just, imagine if they'd been able to go to his house or something the next day and forensically examine his vehicle. Wow,
exactly. Even a person that even stated they saw him muddy and bloody, like he was in a fight.
Mm-hmm.
That is some critical information right there. How can they just overlook this for almost 6 years? like I said, I usually try to defend them, but man, they've been making it hard here. You know. I
Yeah,
know
this one's hard.
Man.
Yeah, totally.
But yeah, I just wanted to say that, Gray. I just wanted to say, man, I really enjoy your show and everything you've done. Like, I really love watching you, bro.
Oh, I appreciate it. Well, thanks, man.
Yeah.
All right.
I appreciate you.
Well,
Man.
thank you. Well,
you
thank you
take
very
it
much.
easy. You be safe.
All right, calling again. All right, thanks a lot. Good one. You too. Yeah. So the muddy, bloody driver saw Richard Allen at 3:57. So that means he didn't leave here till 4 something. You know. And the reason he probably said 1:30 to 3:30 is that anybody seeing him later, he wants to discount himself as being that person, because he knows what time he was there. Yeah. 570, you're on.
Hi, Gray. How you doing, buddy? This is Patrick from Northeast Pennsylvania. How you doing?
Hey, what's going on?
I have a question. I know you labeled a woman as Sue, who came down and met the girls halfway, and then saw Richard Allen on the bridge, and then she went back. But wasn't there another woman who actually, maybe later in the time period, she came across the bridge, took some photos, and then went back across the bridge? And how did she play out?
Well, that was later. That was Cheyenne, and she got there at like, I don't know, 2:50 something. They didn't see anything. They just took pictures.
Okay, but my question was like, was the Richard Allen? Do you think he was still around that area at the?
Yeah,
he was still there at the time?
He was there the whole time that she was there.
So, do you think maybe perhaps, like, not to over sensationalize or anything, but maybe he saw her coming across and waited or something, and then tried to make his escape? It just seems so weird that there was another person there. Like the time flow of this.
Well, here's the thing:
crime.
the wind. Well, we figured out a long time ago that the wind was blowing almost exactly at an angle on the bridge to the crime scene. So somebody on the bridge wouldn't be able to hear anything that happened on the at the crime scene, but somebody at the crime scene would hear anything on the bridge. So maybe that scared.
Oh yeah.
Maybe that scared them. Right? Maybe
so
it was like.
I was just wondering how that played. I wasn't sure if that woman came across the entire bridge and then took some pictures and then went back.
Yeah. She was there.
Yeah. That's just adds to, wow. That's just really crazy. Like this.
Yeah.
This case is something else, man. All right. Hey, I really love your show and I watch it all the time. And man, I appreciate the work you're doing and that crime flow you're doing. I know it's like your first shot you did with the timeline and everything. That is, it just puts it all in perspective. Great job, man.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. Take care, brother.
I could have slowed it down a little bit in parts, though. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Have a good one. See you later.
See you, bud.
Bye. All right. Thanks for bailing me out. Had to throw me into prison to, get going here tonight. Compared to the last month. Hey, thank you, Wool Lab. And Tina Susser, get me the hell out of here. Got some more calls. 5 people on hold here really quick. Oh, man. Adam's Lost House Cat. That's a long name. It's really specific, too. Adam's Lost House Cat. And Case Crack, Rebecca Green, and Cindy J. All right, let me get this call here. Let me get out of here first. Oh, and Gummo, and for commissary money, and Colleen Diamond. All right, 818, you're on.
Hi, you guys, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, I wanted to tell you first off, you know that blue building? I think you said you had a friend go by the one you thought was at motion sensor.
Oh yeah, you went with the motion sensor blue building. From above, it doesn't look that way.
A media news So it's not a motion camera. It's a camera that took I don't know if it's film or pictures or whatever.
Yeah.
Because you saw that today. Yeah, that blue building that's up high on the building,
So
right?
they went over and asked them if it was motion activated?
Yeah, they said they have footage from that or whatever, and it was on mainstream media. I'll send that to you if you want.
Nah, that's
they
all
said
right.
that they.
We've been aware of the building since the beginning. We didn't wait till it became, oh wow, it's relevant. We knew that this building here had a camera on it, and actually, the guy that insider person that we talked to said that a person rode by on a bicycle and they came back. Now we know for certain that that was the building, that's what that was. So this camera here was invaluable in the case, and we've known about that for, I don't know, 3 years at least. I mean, it's so I don't really care if it's motion activated or it just keeps rolling. You know, it's very likely that they have Richard Allen on that camera and they're holding that out. I think the probable cause document had the least amount of information that they have to sell the story to the judge.
I think long of time that they would, just because of, it's been close to 6 years, that they'd want to put something in there that's like a sort of solid thing. I mean, these eyewitnesses.
It was solid. The whole thing was solid. Everything about it was solid. Yeah.
Okay, even the group of the first 3 or 4 girls or whatever, in the same group, one described...
About who cares? Yeah, but that doesn't matter. Two of them described him exactly what he looked like. The other one just didn't see it correctly.
No.
Like sometimes some people just say, oh, wow, you in your mind it was all dark, The other one said he had a blue jacket on, blue jeans, had a hood up over, and then maybe something over his mouth. I mean, my God, and he had a little white thing underneath in the picture. So, anyways, I don't agree with you that what you're trying to get at here. You're trying to make it sound like, oh, it's just so weak. It's just so there's nothing there. I think it's ridiculous. The timing of all these things. If people have a brain, they look at this and it makes total sense that what's going on here.
If it was you or your loved one, would you based on this evidence? And do you know what else I found out?
What do you love him? Right? Do you love him?
Not one that they matched an ejected bullet to a firearm. There's not one. It's not even part of.
Okay, well that's not true. Okay, so go ahead. What's your next point?
The thing is, okay, this person supposedly the only person out
Let
there.
me ask you something. What Facebook groups do you hang out in?
Going 40 miles an hour, you're going to see a guy's muddy and bloody and look like he got in a fight.
What Facebook groups do you hang out in? I'm just wondering.
Already people.
You sound like the ones that are really crazy and like conspiratorial. Yeah, no, the person came up with that right away at the beginning. That he looked bloody and muddy.
She saw bloody and muddy, 40 miles an hour, or driving by him, and he looked like he got in a fight. She saw all this.
Yeah, you probably was probably like, whoa, what's going on with this person? And you really looked at it.
Bloody.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you probably looked over there and went, wow, this guy looks like something's really going on here.
It sounds like to me that somebody that knew what had happened. When did she give her account to the police? That's what I'd like to know, because if it was after they showed bridge guys, it was
Okay, I gotta go. I need somebody that's. This is just can't do it. All right, let's see. 301, you're on.
Hey, what's up?
What's going on? Who's this? What's going on here?
My name's Alexis. I called before like 2 weeks ago.
Okay, yeah, I was just reading somebody's comment.
Yeah.
They said, yeah.
So I just want to say hi to the freaks. What's up, guys? I just had a couple of questions I wanted you to answer since you're the king and you know everything.
The king. I don't know everything.
Yeah. No, you really do. Like, you're really smart. And I don't know. I like always check my YouTube, like, to see if you're on when I'm on. And I get so excited when you're on, like, really late at night. Anyway.
Like Art Bell, right?
So I wanted to talk about the whole Allen situation. I wrote a few notes down. With the probable cause, and I know you probably have answered this before, so if you have, you don't have to go into it, but I'm just curious because I don't know. Now, with the probable cause, the thing that kind of put it back to him was the bullet. I'm hoping the probable causes have to have all like the DNA evidence in it, or they just have to have enough to get that arrest.
No, well, it just means probable cause. Probable. You don't have to have all the other stuff in there. You don't have to have DNA. I mean, you don't have to lock everything up in there. There might be some information.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe you would think that they have more information, but I think this is enough. Like if I was on a jury and, and somebody said that they were at the bridge between 1:30 and 3:30, and then they get there at 1:30, and on their way in, they say that they parked at an old building, which is the abandoned CPS building. And then he walks in and he passes 3 girls who all saw him wearing the jeans and the coat and everything. Then he goes and continues to walk down the path, and he even admits that he made it onto platform 1, which is exactly right when the other lady, Sue, drove by. She gets out of her car and she sees him there. Then she passes Abby and Libby. Therefore, Abby and Libby run into the same person because he's the only one. There's nobody in between him anymore. It's just Abby and Libby heading towards the bridge, and there is the bridge guy, which is Richard Allen, standing there because he admits that that's him. I would just be, I mean, I guess I'd have to hear the arguments, but to me, it's just, wow. How could it's almost unfathomable that it's somebody else.
Well, yeah, I mean, he literally is an idiot. He put himself right there, like he described.
Yeah. Well, his lawyers. Here's what his lawyer's defense is: he's so stupid that he must be innocent, and that's why he did those stupid things. That's what they're really saying to everybody. He has to be innocent, or he'd be one of the dumbest people on the planet.
Well, I think he's the dumbest.
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
And the other thing with his wife, Kathy, I don't believe for a second that she does not believe, like she believes that she has to know that it was him. As soon as she saw, her husband on TV, like walking, and then to hear his voice, you cannot tell me otherwise. And she even admitted, it said in the probable cause, that he owns that jacket. So it's just, I don't know. I'm hoping everything they took, they have to have DNA evidence. And then, the other thing that was in the probable cause, which was so weird, was they brought up that guy that was wearing all black, but didn't go into, it was just random, oh, this guy. But I thought they were talking about Alan, but I don't think they were. But they didn't go into detail about that person. It was just brought up. Oh, they saw this person, and he was, creepy too. Do you know what I mean? It didn't make any sense. It didn't go into explanations or anything. So it was just very weird. What's your take on that?
On which part? I kind of got lost because it just kept going.
Oh,
you got to shorten things up for me. I like to just, the long, drawn-out explanations to me, I get stuck. So what's the, just do it in a quick way.
I'll kind of...
My mind starts to wander because I need to be
No, it's okay.
Yeah.
In the probable cause, they brought up that, I guess some guy was in all black. And
no, that's him. It was in the same. Listen. There's a guy in all black, and there's a guy in blue jeans, a dark jacket, and a hat. That's the same person. And the reason it is because there was 3 girls that all saw one person. Not one of them saw 2 people. They didn't go, hey, there was 2 guys here. One was in all dark. They all saw one person, and one of them just described him differently than the others because we don't all remember. You see these on television. They do these studies where, okay, everybody, they sit in a room, they don't even know what they're doing, and then they leave and they go, okay, describe the person who walked by. And maybe a couple of them get it right, and the other ones are way off, man. They're not even close.
Right.
So that's what happened here. There isn't 2 people with Richard Allen. It was just Richard Allen himself that one of them didn't describe, but they were at least honest putting that in the probable cause document. They didn't need to do that, but if they didn't do that, it would look like, oh, you're trying to hide what one of the other girls said, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that did confuse me. I was kind of like, because, they're bringing up it's two people.
Mm-hmm.
I personally don't think there were two people. I think that there were two people. Obviously, he was involved with the account in some way, because that's where I think they said they were going to be meeting, right? Is that
where?
speculation? Have you heard about
meeting
that?
where? Oh, that's just speculation stuff.
Okay.
I mean, that sounds definitely possible. I mean, I'm actually still think there's a really good shot that Kagan Klein and all that there's something related to him still.
Absolutely.
The marathon gas station, the communicating with her account in the morning, and when Richard Allen got there, he was committed and in a hurry to get somewhere, and the girls seemed to be committed. And listen, the girls seemed to be committed and in a hurry to get somewhere, because when Derek left the house, they didn't ask for a ride, and they were still doing work around the house. Then boom. There might have been a communication, because right when Kelsey said, oh, I'm going to go, they went, oh, can we get a ride? And they just quickly wanted to get a ride. So they seem to be in almost the same hurry as Richard Allen was. I mean, isn't that weird, right? That they were in almost the same hurry to go meet this person for the first time after sharing all of these communications. So don't you think that sounds pretty interesting?
Absolutely. I agree with you 100%. And then, sorry, I'm just reading through these notes. So when I was watching your animation video, I noticed, how long they were down there. First of all, that was made my heart break. I could feel, I know they were just dots, but just the music and just knowing they were down there for that long, and just watching the clock, it was I don't know, it really did something to me. But my question to you is, and I know a lot of people have said that this is not true, but it's been that long down there in that area. Do you think they were probably essayed?
Well, you can say sexually assaulted on here, right?
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, we don't do the essayed and unalived and all this bullshit that everybody else does. Okay.
Okay.
I mean, it is what it is. If I get demonetized on this video, it just is what it is. Okay. I'm not going to. It's called sexual assault, not essayed. It almost seems to dumb it down so stupid I mean, it makes it sound. I mean, I know that you're just doing it because that's what you've heard, but it's, I don't know, I think it's almost kind of disrespectful to the people that have had it happen to, in a way. It's just sort of.
Well, I'm a survivor of it, so I was just going to say I agree with you.
Oh, well, there you go. Well, there you go. Well, I'm sorry that happened to you, by the way. But
it's okay.
No, it's not. It's not okay, but.
Sorry, I'm getting.
Yeah, anyways.
Anyway,
no, I think it's possible that something happened. Well, here's the thing. I don't think it was a sexual assault in the traditional way that people might think it was, because if it was, they would have been able to determine who he was a long time ago with DNA and so forth.
Well, not if you use protection.
Yeah, but you'd be too close, and things, there'd be different things, hairs and things around. That's just the way it is.
I guess.
I mean, it's just kind of. There would have been some way to determine who he was if that had happened, in my opinion. I think it was something.
Yeah, no, and
if you remember the original tipster guy that we have, he said they were thinking that he did something to himself from a distance, maybe he did have a condom on and he was doing something to himself standing there and didn't leave anything at the scene. That turned him on or something.
Yeah, something really odd happened because they were down there for an hour and a half.
Yeah. An hour and a half. See, when you watch the video that I put out there, you start seeing how long it really was. It wasn't some really short.
Yeah.
And people think, wow, only an hour? Wow, how could you do all that in an hour? What do you mean, how could you do? Look at what an hour is, everybody.
Court documents
I don't
were
know. Hold on a
just
second.
released in the.
Jesus, I didn't want that on there. I didn't know why that played, but anyways, yeah. Anyways, an hour is 30 minutes is a lot of time. 15 minutes is a ton of time. Okay, for these types of people, an hour and a half is an eternity. So you kind of wonder.
That's why I was like,
what they were doing.
Yeah, I was like,
what was going on.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, it just hearing, I don't know, I get really into it, and I try to like put myself in those positions. I can't imagine what those. Oh my god, it's like, And then the last thing I wanted to bring up was.
Well, I gotta get this. I gotta get another call. You said the last thing a minute ago too. So you keep having more.
This one's kind of short.
Okay, well, make it really short, like a 3-word thing.
Okay.
Can you do it?
Okay, so do you think that they possibly weren't there, like overnight? Maybe they were moved back?
No. They were killed right when they were taken down there.
No, I know they were killed, but like hidden, because didn't they do a search and they didn't find them?
Yeah, but I mean, it sounds like you just started following the case like a week ago. No, they just didn't find him down there. Because they didn't look on that side. It's on the other side of the creek. It's like they wouldn't have even looked there. They had a picture from Snapchat on the bridge, and you wouldn't be looking on the other side of the creek because it wouldn't make sense. And even if they were looking for him, they might not have found him because they were down low. They maybe were looking for people walking around, and that was it.
All right. Well, thanks, Grant, for taking my call.
But let me see.
All right, bye, Frank.
No, but hey. But here's the thing. I hope you,
yeah.
Like, are you still going through any issues with what happened to you a long time ago?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry to hear that, but at least you're in here.
It's okay.
You're strong, but just realize, no, they weren't. I don't want people to think that somehow they were somewhere else. They were killed, moved, and then put back down there again, because that just isn't what happened. They were moved at the crime scene. They were killed and then moved a little bit to be staged. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So that was
That's what I heard in the text.
Yeah, don't listen to if you see a channel or anybody out there suggesting that, immediately leave, because they're just trying to bring up and make it something sensationalistic. Okay?
Right, that's why I only comment in your chat from now on.
Well, do it. There you go. Anyways.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
Well, anyways, thanks for it was interesting questions you had. That last one, maybe not as good as the other ones, but the other ones were good. So I appreciate it. You didn't do bad.
I'm not perfect, but I'm close to it.
You are close. All right. Okay.
All right. Thanks.
Have a good one. See you later.
Take care. Bye.
Bye. All right. Call-in user. Hello, call-in user. Hello.
Wait, is that me?
That's you, yeah. Who is this?
Oh, wow, that was fast. It's Jenny.
I was thinking that was
you. I
you.
had like 6 callers.
I know. Why don't you change your name on there so I can at least see it? And by the way, before we do anything else, it says on a WTR. Hold on a second. Shit, I just had it. Oh, the FBI stated in
we are getting a look at the reasons why police arrested a Carroll County man.
Forget it. I'm not even going to look at it. But anyways, they said that they don't blame the employee at the. They don't blame the FBI says that they don't believe that one of their employees caused a problem. Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. So I don't know. They're discounting what the murder sheet put out today.
Oh. Yeah. Well, no big deal.
Yeah.
Okay, so my first question is this, and this is where I'm a little bit confused, so maybe you can clear this up for me. Okay? So Keegan Klein said that he was waiting in a red car, right? And was that at the Marathon station? I'm confused about that part of it, because I fall asleep sometimes during these things, and then I'm like, don't pick it up, you know? So I'm curious about that. And then my other question is that I'm curious about is they're saying that Richard Allen drove his car and it was the car that was parked at the old CPS building. Is that right?
Yeah. So that's where he's saying he parked. He called it a different building, but the building he said he parked it at doesn't exist, and that's the only building that's old. And then later on, he said he parked by that old building. You know, that's all there is there.
Who said that? Richard Allen.
Yeah, Richard Allen said it in 2000 and this year, like in October.
Right.
Yeah.
So I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, if Richard Allen's telling the truth, then how is Keegan Kline connected? Because I just said I can't drop.
Yeah, I know. Well, how about this? Right. I brought this up the other night. So you got the Marathon gas station, right? Remember Keegan Kline searched. So what if they met there after Richard Allen? So he drove home and he went to the Marathon gas station, and that's where he dropped off whatever he was dropping off.
That was what I was going to suggest. It was like either there was like a handoff of something before, or there was a handoff of something after, or maybe a handoff before and after.
Yeah, maybe before and after. Yeah, maybe because maybe he handed the Samsung at there. Then he goes and does his thing. Then he meets him back over there and hands him back the Samsung, and he goes home.
Yeah, if we're gonna go with that gross film thing, then that would make sense, right? But usually gas stations have cameras on them, you know?
Yeah, so maybe it was just near the gas station, not in the gas station.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just so annoying.
And they'll never get to know. Doesn't that suck? Because they lost the camera footage didn't work. They screwed it up.
Yeah, it's super annoying.
Yeah.
The other thing that's annoying is that thing that you read earlier that the attorney had written or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I gave myself a headache from rolling my eyes back in my head so many times. That was so annoying.
Yeah, LMM said she was itchy or something.
Yeah, I know. I read that. That was hilarious. I mean, I literally was just yelling. My dog was not really yelling, but speaking loudly. My dog was giving me a really bad face. But it was really? Because he put himself at the scene of the crime wearing exactly what the killer wore. You know, and he just happened to have the same gun thing as the thing that he left behind. Come on now. Give me a freaking break. This guy, somebody else put in the chat that made me laugh really hard was Richard Allen is a helper. Because this guy is trying to make him sound like he's just just such a good guy. Such a good guy. Ugh, so annoying. So annoying.
Yeah, it's funny because the more logical explanation is exactly why everybody would come forward like that. Is because the guilty people, a lot of times they inject themselves because they have suspicion, especially in a case like this. If he'd gone out there and not one person saw him, he wouldn't have come forward. He ran into 4 different people and he was seen walking around, so he goes, man, there's people that might have recognized me from the CVS, so I'm going to go ahead and go in there and say, yeah, hey, meet me over here. Sure, yeah, I was there. I didn't see anybody. I'm just trying to help out, So obvious.
He's just trying to get in front of it so that they don't find him, so it looks better. You know what I mean? He's not an idiot, but he's also an idiot.
But it also doesn't seem better. It's
no.
I guess
none of it seems okay.
Yeah, nobody does that either. Nobody.
I mean, the thing is, if you're gonna kill somebody, I don't have the mind of a killer, but this is what I would have done if I were the killer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, man, I think I'm digging a hole for myself right now, but if I were going to kill some people, if I saw a bunch of people, I would just reschedule the killing, to another time in which because once you see a bunch of people, you're screwed. You know what I mean? You are screwed, especially that town is super small. It's just,
yeah. Let me ask you this.
Annoying.
How many people do you think in Delphi, males, let me ask you this. I bet you I'll make this as a statement. I bet you Richard Allen is the only person in the entire town that literally called law enforcement and said, come over here and meet me. I'm going to tell you my story. Everybody else would have just waited for somebody to come by and they go, yeah. He's the only one.
How many days after?
Yeah.
The thing is, what I would have liked for the affidavit to have in it, and I mean, obviously there's a lot of things I'd like for that thing to have in it, but one of the things is at what point did he call? How many days after the murder did he call? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I want to know this, because if it was after the image was released, and he goes, oh, shit, that looks like me too, he was just probably waiting for somebody to go, oh, yeah, so you're out there? Yeah, we think this is you right here. We thought this was you, but yeah, so they were coming forward, and he would go, yeah. And you just would have said it was a trail camera to him, and as soon as he said, yeah, that's me, yeah, wow, great, wow, that's crazy, you got the cameras out there, and you go, well, you're under arrest, sir, because you're the killer. You know, they didn't do that, though, so they'll never get to test it.
I'm dying to know. I mean, I hope that comes out. I want to know when he came forward and wanted to meet the guy. Also, if you think about it, what's also really frustrating is if he hadn't come forward, he probably would have gotten caught way before now. Isn't that annoying?
If he hadn't come forward, I don't know.
I feel like if
no, because they've already. Because I don't think it cleared him. Like they didn't keep looking at him. Like because
I feel like with him coming forward, because they botched this up. You know, like they.
But what kept them from looking at him again, though? I guess, like everybody else.
Because they put it aside and they're still moving. They just kept moving forward without looking back. Do you know what I mean? That's what I think.
Yeah, but I mean, like, but if he was filed incorrectly, well, here, let me read the statement that the FBI said. I found it. This is what Susanna Sennett said. As stated in the past, this is a complex multi-agency investigation. The implication that an alleged clerical error by an FBI employee caused years of delay in identifying this defendant is misleading. Our review of the matter shows FBI employees correctly followed established procedures.
Okay.
So there you go.
Saying that their hands are clean. They're saying that rumor, it's not us, it's them. You know what I mean? So,
yeah. So what the murder sheet put out might not be accurate. It could just be that. Well, here's what I think. I think that who's ever putting this narrative out in general is just doing it to cover their asses, because they realize what was painfully obvious to everybody else, that somebody, if it turns out, I mean, which it really seems likely that Richard Allen is the killer and he came forward, somebody absolutely dropped the ball here. I mean, somebody absolutely effed up, okay? Because there's no way. There is no way that should have happened. How big of a red flag would that have been for you, even though you're not even an agent? Like, let's say you were working there that day and somebody came up and said, hey, Jenny, check it out. Look at this guy. What do you think?
I mean, I'm going to tell you this, okay? How big of a red flag? The biggest red flag, all the red flags.
Yeah, it would cover the whole earth, right? I mean, it'd be a blanket.
If I were the person that was told that way back then, even though I typed it up and put it away or something, it would still be in my mind. You know, like it would be in my mind. Something would have to spark that, not 5 years later to go back and see it.
Right, that's what I was saying the other day. That's what I was saying the other day. Like, I can't believe that somebody, the conservation officer, sitting around in 2018, after, he's there and he's like, God, that one guy said he was there. Let's go take a look. Why didn't that happen?
Exactly. Well, that's okay. So you and I are really similar in the sense that I hate it. I hate the whole triggered thing, and I understand people get triggered on things. I do. I get it, but it's like such a common thing to use. But I freaking got triggered the other day when you were reading the arrest affidavit. I had to talk to my therapist about it in our weekly meeting. We spent like half the sitting talking about it because I was so triggered. I was like, "How is this so incompetent?" Because it triggered me thinking about my situation. Like, it just triggered the crap. I
can understand being triggered by that.
I mean, I was triggered. I still am triggered. I'm so irritated.
Because what pops into your head is, look at all the hell that the family had to go through with all the trolls, the wackos out there on YouTube, like True Crime Benign.
Right, we're normal. Well, you're a YouTuber, but I mean, for the most part, I'm just a normal person that's like watching this. I don't wake up every day thinking about the Delphi stuff, but those families do. I know what that's like to put your life on hold for a long amount of time, trying to get justice for somebody. So to hear that, to hear that, I had to turn it off halfway through because I was just like so irritated. I'm so irritated, and I feel so bad for for Becky, Pat, just everybody.
Kelsey, imagine all the hell all of them have had to go through all these years with these trolls.
I obviously my thing is a lot less, than theirs.
Well, I think it's
5 years, and they had. That's the other thing. How many murder cases have like a video of the killer with the sound?
You want to hear something crazy? Like Robert Ives and everybody else, they always say this. When this case first started, we thought, oh my God, a video and audio, we'll solve it in 2 weeks. Guess what? They should have. It should have been solved in 4 days because.
And they could have.
Yeah.
That's the thing. They could have. Depending on when Richard Allen came forward and asked to speak to that conservation guy, they could have solved it.
Well, whatever date that is, a week later, he should have been arrested. Within a week.
I agree.
Yeah.
Because think about when they did go back and find it, how soon after did he get the search warrant and arrested and all that? You know what I mean? The stuff would have been so much fresher then, too. This would have been, like, so open and closed so fast. But on the other hand, I try to empathize a little bit and think about, I've had employees before. I've known people where you're just like, are you kidding me? You didn't realize that? Why didn't this happen? Sometimes people are just like, they got other things on their mind or whatever, but come on. It was just so frustrating.
I made an argument the other day. I think more people should get to know a lot of more information. Even though it's like, if you have more information, it might leak, but who cares, man? Look at this is a perfect example of that because there's probably only 5 people that knew all the information, but we know a ton of information over the years. So as soon as we would have heard this, we'd go, whoa! But maybe some schmo that just walked up to, doesn't know the facts and like, oh, okay, so you were there. Well, okay, what does that even mean to me? I don't know. The conservation officer, right? He might not have known the context and what it meant. We all do because we've been following it.
Well, totally. But he also made a report. So why wasn't there like a committee of people that were
right? Well, that's the thing. Once he made the report, you'd think higher up. There's a review person, people reading them. You don't just go, "Oh, I got a report," and you file it away in some file, and nobody ever looks at it again. Yeah.
I mean, that's what it seems like happened, right?
It does. Maybe the FBI is saying we just did it exactly right. We put it into the system here, and nobody looked at it. Right?
So annoying. So annoying.
Yeah.
So annoying.
Well, don't let it trigger you that much, though, right?
Oh, I'm already triggered. I'm so triggered by it. It makes me so. I'm like so irritated about it.
But how do you?
I'll talk to you.
But how are you feeling now? You feeling like you've been sick, but you sound better. You sound good. Your voice and everything.
Oh, I sound a lot better. Yeah. I mean, it's been like a month and a half of like illness. So I'm feeling better, but then I got a fever again today. So it's like it just keeps coming back.
Can you take some of the antivirals to sort of help you a little, like, get over the edge there?
I'm already negative. I already tested negative, but I still.
Oh, weird. You've got a what would you call that? A stealth version. Hey, stay at home, man. Do not transmit that. Whatever that is, man.
That's the thing. I had the flu first, First I had the flu, and that lasted for like 2 weeks. And I have to tell you, the flu was worse than COVID. But so I had the flu first, and then I got this really intense sinus infection, and then I got COVID. Okay, but so that's like a month and a half basically. But I didn't leave the house. The only time I left the house is to pick up the antibiotic for the sinus infection. So I must have gotten it from the CVS guy, like through the CVS drive-through. My version of Richard Allen.
Wow.
Gave me COVID, I think.
That's crazy.
Because I did not leave the house. Because I'm not going to get other people sick. And also I felt like crap. Like I felt terrible. Anyway, but yeah, I'm feeling better, but my fever came back again.
Yeah,
today,
maybe you have
so
like
that's
the long COVID thing. Hope you
it's
don't.
super irritating.
Right.
Super annoying. Then my last thing I wanted to say, because I know you've got other callers, because I mean, there were like 6 in front of my call, so I don't know if maybe I jumped the line or what. But okay, can you
No, you were at the top.
go back? Can you go back to that picture of the CVS parking lot and zoom in on the Ford Focus, because there was a shadow that looked a lot like Richard Allen scrolling through.
If we zoom in enough and I wiggled it around and said, look at, it might convince some people.
I'm pretty sure if you zoom in to the CVS drive-thru, there's a shadow that looks like Richard Allen looking at stock quotes.
Oh, yeah.
So annoying. Oh, other thing was that, he was saying that he was looking at fish, and then he was saying that he was looking at the stock things. Those girls said he had his hands in his pocket when he walked by.
Yeah, well, he said he was looking at the stock thing, but then the hands in his pocket then match the look on the bridge, too.
This guy is annoying. Also, looking at fish, he was really high up. He must have, like, some really bionic eyeballs to see those fish from up there.
Mm-hmm.
Richard Allen, bionic eyeballs.
Oh, maybe he didn't. You know what's weird is he didn't have on. How would he see them without Polaroid glasses when it was so sunny?
Exactly.
Out? Hey, man.
And he's old.
Yeah.
This guy.
Yeah, screw it.
But the thing that gets me again is like that the guy put himself at the scene of the crime wearing the exact same outfit as the guy.
Yeah.
He's like a shorty. It's the guy. Has facial hair.
I think here's the thing is I think he knew somebody saw him and he made sure to say he had all the same clothes because I think he believed that it was going to come back to him because he knows he was there and it was him and he probably even saw the picture of himself and went that's me. Let me get in front of it like the terminology you used.
Yeah.
And he just wants to get it out there and see what they got. And man, he probably sat around for 5.5 years just going, what in the hell happened? I handed myself to him, basically.
I know, but that's what I was also thinking when you were reading it. Again, amidst rolling my eyes back in my head by, like, what the heck? He's like, the guy was like, he's just confused, And I'm thinking, yeah, he's confused as to why they didn't capture him a couple days after he turned himself in. He's basically confessed. So annoying.
Yeah.
So annoying.
Yeah. Well, there you go, Jenny.
Anyway.
You got it was cathartic, the call, right?
Not really.
Okay.
I'm still pretty sure.
Okay, well,
but you did clear up my question about, because I'm sitting here going, like, about the car situation and trying to figure out, well, it would make sense to me that they would have met to exchange something either before, after, or both. So
no, well, it might not be related to, it's possible Kagan Klein and all those guys aren't related, but I just feel like the prosecutor just the other day said he believed they didn't, I don't know why he said they didn't put out the probable cause document to protect something because there's nothing in there suggesting anybody else, but he said in a statement that we believe somebody else is involved in the killing. So it's like, whoa, they have something else. We don't have that information yet, and I guarantee it they held out a lot of stuff that they might have because they don't want his attorneys to have it on the probable cause document yet. Yeah.
Right, I agree with you on that. Totally agree with you on that. Man, this is just...
Yeah.
This is, all cases lately. Remember when you were going over, like, way back a long time ago when you were going over, or when the Daybell stuff was going before they even found the children's bodies and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They're like making the video at Yellowstone and all the stuff was coming out about the zombies and the 4.2 light dark and all that. I remember just like throwing my towel in, and I think I even said it to you at one point. It's like, I hate this case. I'm over it. It's just like way too annoying. Like every case.
And it was all real though.
Like,
isn't that weird?
I know, but it's so annoying. It's like that's the kind of stuff that YouTubers make up. Yeah. And that was the real crap that was going on. So annoying. All these cases lately have been so annoying to me.
Yeah.
Like so annoying. Like the Michael Vaughan stuff with the guy and this guy and that guy and this guy is getting interviewed by this YouTube. I mean, I'm annoyed by all of these cases right now. Just give me let's just find a really easy one.
Yeah.
So annoying. Okay.
All right.
Talk to you later. Okay, bye.
Have a good one. See you. That's how she does it, man. I think the call before was still sitting there for some reason. All right. 707.
Oh no. Vaughan stuff with his eye.
Hello. Oh, I guess they hung up. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. What's going on?
Hi. It's Susanna.
Yep. What's going on?
What's going on? I have a couple of questions. You know, we found that someone in the loop of communication screwed up a little bit about Richard Allen and his self. I don't know what you call it. He sort of confessed almost a couple of days after the murder, you know.
Yeah.
And so one hand is blaming the FBI, and the FBI is coming back and saying, "Oh no, you don't." And then we have also the same thing with basically Kegan Kline. You know, they had the information necessary to put that rat into prison. On like the 22nd of February 2017. And in their own words, they did not give the charging information to the Miami County District Attorneys until 2020.
I wonder if they were like just looking around and following, see what was going on. But I don't know. It seems like they just kind of just dropped the ball there too, you know? I don't know.
Yeah, and so you wonder, so is Kagan sitting there for 3 years, you know, continuing on, you know, building a whole new online persona, and just keeping doing what he was doing?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know. Yeah, and so that's number one. You know, we need to take what happened with Richard Allen and put it in the same universe as Kegan Kline. So we see maybe the beginning of a pattern of inefficiency, and it could just be too many cooks spoiling, you know, the soup. But you know, they've gone over this thing, you know, reset after reset after reset. You know, you would think earlier on they would have realized, oh, we forgot to tell anyone about Kegan Kline. We better go, you know, nail this pedophile. But no, they didn't do that. And then also, I don't think they figured out Richard Allen until very lately. I really don't. I don't think they've been watching him on since 2021 or 2019.
Well, I mean, if it was 2019 makes sense, and then they sort of, you know, were tracking him the whole time, and then finally came forward with the. But I don't know, you know, there's just things that make that seem like that makes sense, and then there's things that make it seem like it just came out lately with maybe Kegan Kline and it finally leading back, but then they say stuff like, well, somebody was just looking through old case files and stumbled upon this.
They would not have left him for, I don't know, any period of time for him to have time to get rid of the gun. Excuse me, if he had tossed that gun, it would be a lot more work for the police right now to build a case because they don't have the gun.
Yeah.
Unless they dug up a bunch of bullets out of, you know, that he buried in his backyard. I don't know. Maybe they were some of the things they were looking for in the back garden. You know, but apparently he also still had the jacket. I'm not sure about that one. Okay, don't quote me on that. But the gun, I mean, the gun is the thing right now that ties him beyond time, you know. And I think any attorney could say, yeah, you got him, he was there, but how can you prove he did it? But you can prove he was right with those girls' bodies with the bullet. You still
I mean, the bullet is the part that, you know, a lot of the people, you know, in the true crime, they're always the fringe YouTubers and stuff. That's the one they'll go, ooh, wow. You know, I wonder, you know, let's see, man. It just sort of, bullet rolled into there, almost like the magic bullet from the JFK assassination. Well, not really. It was ejected from the gun. It had marks on it. Yeah. And it was from the same caliber that Richard Allen has. Okay, and they seem to think that they can identify it.
Yeah, I think, pardon, I think we have a really weird lag, and I apologize. I sent to you a document from the Florida, I think, Forensic Ballistics Examiner's Training Manual from 2008, and it talks about how you can identify with great certitude, apparently, a bullet from the strike mark, which would have been when you ejected it from the gun. And this was in, look for that. And this was indeed in 2008.
Yeah, well, somebody sent me an email that showed somebody, and they ejected a whole bunch of bullets over and over and over, and it looked exactly the same marks from that particular gun on a million times. So, yeah, maybe it's not, 100% every, maybe it's something that, let's just say it's 90% accurate. Well, that would be some more weight into it. Like, wow, we have the same .40 caliber, and
I'm looking into cases to see whether that type of ballistics has been accepted into evidence.
Well, it's pretty. It's kind of I've never even really heard of it, actually.
I hadn't either, but it's weird that it's in this Florida, or might not be even just Florida. This 2008 training manual. So I think maybe I might find something. I'm looking in my free time that's copious. So you have that. Now you have this thing that says, oh, well, it's the fault of the, through the murder sheet. And I don't know who murder sheets sources are, but I've got my own suspicions about why they have them. The Indiana State Police, with the Keg and Klein thing, issued, after they were called on it, an explanation that it was a blah, blah, blah complex case, blah, 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 blah. And they said they didn't think that the error was intentional, which means the drop of the Keg and Klein information, the lag time. But they were constantly looking through their procedures, in the case to improve matters. And it's a complex case. And, I'm thinking, you're not going to sit, I don't know, I'm confused about the 3 years for pornographer, and then with this Keegan, this Richard Allen thing, I have my own suspicion why they didn't want to release that affidavit, because there's zip in that affidavit that has anything to do that would ever compromise their case. So why are they not releasing it? But what's
I'm just wondering if they talked to the judge, and I don't know if it's something they do sometimes, but maybe they remove elements and just gave the judge what was needed. They talked to the judge, and they said, "Listen, we really can't give you this information, but if it had this in here, does this make the case, or do we need to add anything else?" And he's like, yeah, I don't know if it can be done like that, like work with the judge on the probable cause, but
you have to publish with redactions what was filed with the court, and what was filed with the court was filed back in 27, in October, and there was everything you needed in that document to arrest the bloke. I just wonder if there's some reluctance to release certain
Here's
things.
what I'll say is I do hope that they have more information, because for me, this is just really damning, but it would be great to have a few more pieces that just absolutely nail it. Like, wouldn't it be kind of an interesting thing if you could do this? From the clothing that Richard Allen has, get the same type of phone that Libby had, and then put him in the clothing that you believe that he has in his closet right there on him, and then put him on the bridge there and see if he looked, although he doesn't look the same now, but I don't know, man. I think his physical structure, shape, and everything is exactly the person on the bridge.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, like...
Yeah, what frightens me is we're coming from a position of knowing probably more than, I think we know more than some of the police know, law enforcement, whatever you call it, up to a certain time. You know, I really do.
Well, it is kind of funny. Like, I bet we know more than a huge percentage of some of the field people that got to go out there because they don't tell them anything. It's dumb.
Oh,
you
yeah.
know? Like,
That's the thing about not saying anything to anybody. Like the car thing. Why in the hell didn't they, pardon me, why didn't they say, well, did you see a wonky looking car on that day? A little bit more closely than we just want to talk about an abandoned vehicle. You know, they could have said, well, it's a smallish car. But they could have done, I think, a little bit better on the car. I really do. I don't think they needed to wait for, 3 years and years and years if they had their ducks in a row. But what they've done in their inefficiency or whatever is the guy still owns the car. They impounded the car. Now, if they had done all this, and he has all these years to clean up, if they had put the pieces together back in, let's say, even 1 March of 2017, they probably had a really good chance of getting some DNA off that car. And the DNA would have been those 2 little girls. And that would be the slam dunk for the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, if they, like I was saying earlier, if they had just had acted on that tip early on, they probably would have a treasure trove of of DNA. I mean, there had to have been blood somewhere transferred somewhere, but he had so many years to, clean off here and there and take it to the car wash 1,000 times, cleaning the inside, cleaning the out.
It's gone. It's. I'm pretty positive it's gone now. If they're going to, this is crazy rumor about the cat hair. If they're going to rely on a cat hair, I mean, I would believe it if it was the DNA match A and B. Because I believe in DNA. But there's a lot of room for a public defender to say, yeah, our guy was there. Our guy is part of it.
Yeah.
But can you prove beyond a shadow of a doubt or reasonable doubt that it was our guy that wielded the knife, or was the bullet on the ground there due to a misfire?
Well, I think the reason he's been charged with felony murder with all those other charges is because they believe he's the guy that abducted him off the end of the bridge, and he was at least present during the murder too, because a bullet from his gun was found right there.
Yeah, and that bullet could be there for a variety of reasons. He might have even tried to shoot those girls and the thing misfired.
Well, that's what we said yesterday on the show. But yeah.
I wasn't in the room yesterday, yeah. I mean, there's a whole lot of room in there for a couple of skeptical jurors and a relatively competent public defender to say, well, wait a minute, look at the doubts. Because we're sitting here looking at only the prosecution's arguments. We're not looking at the defense arguments either. I firmly believe he's the rat bastard involved. Don't get me wrong, but I'm trying to put myself in the place of not knowing anything. Which is as it should be. I mean, that's why your system in the United States is so good. It's because you have open trials in theory and open information and public trial and all these things that many other countries, right to speedy trial.
Okay.
All these other countries that they tell you don't have it.
Right. Well, we got to get this next call here. There's one more waiting here.
All right, please.
But hey, good points there. You got the good points in there. Appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye. I had more, but I lost my notes. Bye-bye.
Yeah, see it. Yeah. Man, is that super chat button broken? Let me check. Is the super chat button broken? Why, yes, it is, Gray. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. Let's see, let me get this next one. 765, you're on.
Hello. Hi, Gray.
Hello, who's this?
This is Bossy. How are you?
What's going on, Bossy?
I feel like I'm kind of coming in blindsided because I couldn't listen to the past few minutes, but I've been reading chat to try to keep up. So I hope this hasn't been discussed yet. I've been thinking about in the probable cause affidavit, them stating about the IMEI number that was missing from his phone.
Yeah, I don't know what
that's
that means
pretty,
or anything.
Yeah, it's pretty, I mean, you have to intentionally take that off your phone because that's a way for them to track you.
Oh, is that what that is?
So,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it's unique to each phone. It goes back to the provider and stuff like that. For example, if you were to lose your phone, it's one of the ways they can use to track it. But without that, they won't be able to track you. And it's just a phone that really doesn't. I don't think it has service. You can't connect to any type of service if you don't have it. It's like an inactive phone. So for him to be saying that, he was, on, watching fish or on his stock ticker or whatever, I don't see how that would even be possible because he wouldn't be able to have any type of service or anything on that phone without that IMEI number. From what I've read and everything. So, and one of the other things I was
a little bit. Yeah, go ahead.
One of the other things I was thinking about in the probable cause affidavit is when they first released the statement saying that someone else, could be involved, and then we get it and we're wondering, where is this? And obviously they're not going to put everything in there that they had. The coincidences, obviously, again, between Kagan, where we're trying to make a connection, is my thoughts are, I think he turned state's evidence. That's just my opinion, of course. But
well, I think that's what everybody thinks. Most people.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure, but wouldn't that be reason of why they were saying that they would need, certain names redacted or not wanting to release?
Yeah, but none of the names on that were anybody like that at all. Those are just girls that were they were just witnesses walking around. I think there's something totally different. That there must have been something that was removed and then that was rewritten. And then it was reapproved or something. I don't know how it would work. I don't know, but it's interesting that McLeland would say, we don't want it released because we believe there's somebody else involved. Well, what the hell does that have to do with that probable cause document? There was nothing in there.
Right. And you saying that, maybe they rewrote it, and that's why it took them a little bit longer because the prosecutor already had a redacted version during that hearing that he gave the judge. So maybe they went back and redacted parts of that.
But there wasn't. But there was nothing really redacted other than names, though. So the redaction would have to be it was removed from the document completely.
Yeah, I misspoke. I meant completely taken out. But would they even be able to do that?
See, I don't know if that's something legally. You couldn't do it. I think you would have to do it with the judge knowing. Hey, listen. Here's what we got. Would this still be sufficient with this? Because we need to keep this hidden because we're working on it. And he might have gone, okay, yep, that still works. I wonder if he even, I don't know, because that judge bailed really quick. So I don't know what the hell's going on with this stuff. So, anyways.
Yeah. Well, but wouldn't the new judge, wouldn't she be the one that would make the determination on that with the probable cause now?
Well, maybe. I would think now, but the first one made the same decision, but I don't know. I don't know. Maybe after the first judge. Maybe after the first judge is when it was changed, and then they re-gave it to the new judge, and that was good enough too. I don't know.
Right. Because they made that statement once the new judge. Well, this case just gets so confusing sometimes when you try to put timelines down. I'm trying to remember if they made that statement during the first judge or the second judge about why they didn't want to release the probable cause.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, but I guess what I was saying is if let's hypothetically say they did remove it, or could, and they removed a portion. I guess that was my thinking is, if Kagan turned state's evidence, which some things could point to that, then they would obviously he would be one of the people they need to protect. And with him, even though he's incarcerated, so that might not still go well for him. You know, you hear stories, whether they're true or not, but if he were to get out that he had turned state's evidence, I don't know, there's always a saying, snitches get stitches, or, you know, something could happen to him to where he couldn't testify. That would be a huge loss to the state, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I think he's just giving information. I think they're looking at somebody else, not Kagan. It's not Kagan. Kagan isn't the one that they think might be involved in the murders. And the reason I'm saying that is because if it was, they wouldn't have had any problem at all putting him in the probable cause document, because everybody out there's already heard of him. It's somebody else that might be connected in some way to the Anthony Schott's profile and Kagan Klein himself, because Kagan's, who do you think threw something, if something was thrown off the Wabash, that bridge there, it sure as hell wasn't Richard Allen, okay, because he doesn't live there, and there'd be no reason for him to go over there. It'd be somebody that's throwing something off later. But anyways, that's all I got. All right, so.
That's true. That's true. But I mean, as far as Richard Allen goes, I have had thoughts that he could have done it himself. But then why would he tell Kagan the information? Richard could, because his wife has family from there and he has family close to there.
Yeah.
So I guess, you know, but why, I mean, if you're going to do something like that, why would you even say, hey, by the way, I did this, you know?
Yeah.
So, but one of my thoughts with Kagan is with all of the, this will be the last thing, is with all the devices that he had. And then, like I said, Richard was missing his IMEI number. You know, maybe he was selling his phones with information loaded on it for them with a catfish account if it was all connected and everything.
Yeah, I don't. Well, maybe
just a thought I've had.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I guess I don't really know. There's a Samsung phone that was reset in Las Vegas, so I would think that if they met beforehand, maybe handed in the Samsung, use that to film something, then he hands it back to him, and then he goes home, and then Kagan's the one that disposes of different items all the way up in the Wabash area. The reason the gun wasn't disposed of, I think Richard just didn't realize that shell was there. He may have even found the shell. He might have ejected it, found it, put it in his pocket, and then, you know, something happened, he was moving around, and it fell back out while he was posing them or something. You know, I don't really know, but anyways, I gotta get going here. It's already been way too long.
Thanks for taking my call.
All right, hey, thanks a lot.
Thanks for doing a long show tonight. Have a good one.
All right, thanks a lot. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, it's becoming less and less worth the while to do the extra hours here, because you can just see what happens. I'm just going to start limiting it to 3. You know, we're now at 3 hours and 47 minutes, and the last hour was just a 0. First day of the month started off pretty good, and then it just went. All right, let me do I think I'm going to spin we're going to do the moderators, and then I'll have to do the rest of the stuff on another day, because I have this one still sitting here. Just a second. I mean, I always think, just pretend that YouTubers, when you're on their channel, that you're at a restaurant or something, and if they're sitting there serving you guys for a long time, that's when you take care of them. That's how it works. It should work on here, but it doesn't sometimes. Like, you can literally spend a whole hour discussing and going over things, and it literally doesn't cross the mind of 1,250 people. It's pretty freaky. All right, let me put these names in here. You know, so sometimes I'll watch, like, on Web Sleuths or something, and she does a whole show, and there's like 0 people over there, and I'm just wondering what's going on. You guys, those are her people. I mean, at least I'm fortunate to have many generous freaks, but what's strange is when you have 1,500 people watching, how it just sort of dies down. You guys have any explanation for that? All right, here we go. So this is going to be for the mods prize for the month. Alright, here we go. I'm gonna spin it. Alright, well, you're not distracted now, right, Terry? Alright, here we go. Look at that! That blank slate won that one. She gets the mod tumbler. Alright, close that. Then I remove that name from there. Hey, thank you. I miss Caitlin. Caitlin Jenner? I don't know what that means. I say no way the document was changed. I would think that would be a defense attorney's dream. Yeah, I guess that would be it. That makes sense. Well, maybe not. Maybe not, you know. Would it really be a defense attorney's dream if they left out things that made him even more guilty? I don't think so. I think, what does it say? Whomever you actually are isn't enough to threaten being banned on Gray's channel, but tell you what I really think. But I don't know who that is.
How many tickles does it take to make an octopus
Who that
laugh?
person you're talking about is. I don't even see that person on here.
I say no way the document was changed. I would think that
It's
would
almost
be a defense
identical to
attorney's
yours.
dream.
Oh, I know which one you're talking about. It's a crying shame. Yeah, the one that covered the Chris Watts case for about 6 years, and then just made up a bunch of bullshit in that one, and got a big fan base on it. Yeah, that was awesome.
I'll be back if you want me to.
Or it's a crime in, I don't even know anymore. So, hey, thanks, Lanky Tor. Man, it's so quiet. Now I need to sort of just wind down in here. Can you say that again, but for dummies? Oh boy. Oh jeez. Oh boy. Somebody's right. Yeah, so Greg sent me another picture here from the same. I don't know if that's it right there, but it looks, that hood looks crazy. Like it's way up in the air and there's this huge space in there. And this is from June 6, 2020 at the CVS. Yeah. Yeah, the hood definitely does look strange. Yeah, I mean, it's way up. Oh, is that you? Come on. Are you the Greg person? Man, that'd be weird. I'll tell you that. Oh, good. Okay. I didn't think so. I think he's actually in here sometime. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like they've got to have more information here. I mean, this, to me, you have to have something like this, though, for the jury to look at. Where he says he gets there at 1:30, Richard Allen. these 3 juveniles leaving see him when he comes in. He even admits that he saw the 3 juveniles. And then he walks this direction, and he says he goes to the Monon High Bridge, goes to platform 1 and looks at fish. And then another woman sees these 3 girls going across. She says 4, though. Goes under and around. There's like 10 minutes of play, though. Like Richard Allen and these people didn't just make, and the 3 girls didn't make a straight drive. So about 1:29, then he gets over here at like 1:42-ish. Could have been early. Maybe the girls just hung out on the bridge for a while. Don't really know. Either way, he passes them and heads this direction. And then Sue drives underneath this bridge at about 1:44, comes around, passes this sign at 1:46, parks her car here, gets out, and it's only about a 6-minute walk to the end here, so about 1:52-ish, 1:53. She gets here and then turns around 50 feet away, and then probably passes Abby and Libby at 1:55, which absolutely makes sense because they were dropped off at 1:49, and they're walking this way, so they would have crossed each other right here. And then Sue disappeared and kept walking again, probably walked over to the Freedom Bridge and back, and then she took off at 2:14. But at this point, once Sue was out of the way, like if you just took Sue out of the picture, now it's just Abby and Libby with Richard Allen, who said he was on platform 1 right here. Okay, then they find Richard Allen, a bullet that Richard Allen owns apparently right here. I mean, it's just, and he was wearing exactly the same things that you see on Libby's video. So for me, it's really good circumstantial information that shows that he at least is the person who abducted them. And once you show them people the video in its full length, everyone will know it's him. Okay, because it'll be like, all right, yeah, he was on platform 1. The girls came by. He was about 1:55. He was there, and then just literally 12 minutes later is that photograph that had the timestamp on it on the bridge. So he let the girls get out onto the bridge, then he came towards them. So, all right, let's do the spin. Oh, let me hold on a second. Hey, thanks, Wendy Johnson. Wow, we got to 92,017. What happened? I wasn't even paying attention. That was crazy. That was a quick 1,000 right there, you guys. That was, I think it was just like 2 days ago at 91. Wow, I just looked up there, couldn't believe it. 92,017. Wasn't it just yesterday where somebody said I had 91.5? Yeah. Okay. Oh, weird. Yeah, so I got a ultra dark CEO gave me a super chat, or whatever you want to call it, super thanks on the video that I put out earlier today. All right, so then Nicole, Eugenie, Kathy Friedenmaker, Allie Cake, Cheryl Bullock, Jacera Books, Mag, Allie Cake, Kit Kat, WNC Granny, then Mag with cat eye bail money, thumbs up, Nicole, Kitty Cronister, Georgina Stoliker, Bama Forever, thank you, WNC Granny, Michelle, Tawny Lee,
Greg G, Your Gypsy, Adniram, Zip It, Kit Kat, Jamie Lynn, Jen Baird, Tosh, Cindy Lynn, Carol Kisa, Inbred Outcat, Tosh, Inbred Outcat, LMM 8675309, Cairo 8675309, PS. Cairo was here a long time ago. PS with a devil cat eye. Wonder Woman, Caligal, Bree Rice, Jane Stotler, LMM, Christelle Picciano, Renergy, Mrs. K, Papa Q, LMM, Tina Susser, Wool Lab, Adam, Lost House Cat, Case Cracked, Rebecca Green, Cindy J, Gummo, Colleen Dahman, Renergy, 8675309, Nenny C, Not Your Average Chick, I Miss Caitlin. I Miss Caitlin? Oh no. Paula Volter, Lanky Tor, Rhonda Mack, Betty Fremont, and Wendy Johnson. Done up here. We had, let's see, Your Gypsy, Robert, and Lillian, and B Mountains. Alright. Well, thank you guys. Alright. Anyways, I just had pressure on me to get the first day of the month, get us going, so I think it worked well. Man, I just think it'd be crazy to get up to where we got to 60 on a year that 50 would have been incredible. But you guys are always awesome. Those lulls though they feel weird, you know, when you go like an hour and a half, you know, it's like, whew, wow, what happened? I gotta figure out some other thing to do. Remember we used to do the stupid, it was kind of funny though, but like the little apple thing. Where the hell is that? Do I still have that? That was hilarious. Gray's eating his apple. I think I deleted it. Oh, it went down. Yeah, that's cool. Well, people have to subscribe to comment, so a lot of trolls had to leave really quick. But thanks for pointing it out, Betty Fremont. Hey, Gray, did you notice that it dropped a little bit? I just wanted to let you know because I'm probably one of the people too. Yeah. Yep. 8 so mean. Oh wait, it went up to 910. Did you see that, troll? It went up one too. Yeah. So what it shows you is that there was at least 9 trolls in here that subscribed merely to comment. It would be great if I could see what accounts those were. It'd be awesome. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Maybe I need to break it up every once in a while, Mag, and quit presenting or talking. Yeah. Because it's become a huge part of what we do here is the supporting the channel, and that thus allows me to donate a ton of money, right? And then I make money too, right? I mean, that's sort of the way it is. I mean, I spend a lot of time. I mean, today, gosh, I mean, I got up at like 9 because I finally got to bed last night, and got up at 9, and then I did took me 3 or 4 hours to make that video, uploaded that one, then I had to get ready for all the stuff for this show, did the recording of the reading of the letter, and then I do the show, and now I've been on here for 4 hours and 4 minutes. So that's literally like 9 hours in a day. Yeah, right, Betty. Yeah. Right. Hold on a second. Let me check this out. Well, looks like a legit channel. 2010.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Well, thanks everybody. Let me put the do the spin. So some of these are from yesterday, later after the show, and so forth. So it's not, doesn't look like last night. Last night it didn't even work, the wheel for spinning. It got frozen. It was really weird. All right, so tonight we're going to do, let's see, an everything mug and, let's see, no, yeah, an everything mug and a wow, just wow mug. All right, here we go. Until I get my notebooks again. There we go. This is the everything tumbler. Jamie Lynn, you've won yourself an everything tumbler. And this is for the Wow Just Wow. Rennergy. I think you've been winning. Rennergy just won the maybe I do have, I'll do one notebook here. And if I don't have an extra notebook, we'll wait. But this one's for a notebook. All right? Here we go for a notebook. Woolab. Well, Woolab, you want to know. Well, there you go, everybody. Those are the winners tonight. All right, and there's not going to be any flybys or anything tonight. I'm tired. 4 hours and some odd minutes. So thank you guys very much for being here. We'll see you guys tomorrow. And as I always say, everybody, until next time, be safe out there. And a 2, and a 3, and a 4, and a 5, and a 6, and a 7, and an 8, and a 9, and a 10. Yeah, I've been doing this true crime thing for quite a while now. And during this whole time, I have not seen one person.
Not even one, Gray?
Crime not even one. Plug rejector. I'm a certified human lie detector. Gonna get ya on a stretcher if you try and play me like an old projector. Crime sector. Oh, come on, you can't hate the flybys. Everybody loves the flybys. Give another lecture. Jesus, you're crazy. Freak connector. And I'm always gonna be a pup protector. Fool deflector.
Interceptor.
And I'm meaner than a spectre with a vector
On his pector.
With all respect, just remember I've a okay, Lillian, I will. I have no agenda.
I'm a pretender.
And I'll serve it to you straight without the blender. And
In the end,
I'm gonna send ya
on a mission to reveal the true offender.
Yeah, so I'll just get right back to work. All right, everybody?
Hey, Gray, that was a really cool show. You know, especially like the part with, remember when the guy he was walking down the trail and the one guy was walking away.
Would you just be quiet, please? My God, Mary Lou.
Gosh, Gray, that isn't nice. I was just trying to participate.
Oh my God, Mary Lou. Did you smoke the cigarettes with Retsin or the low-cal gluten-free cigarettes?
Well, a little bit of both, Gray.
Well, I noticed you aren't crying anymore, though, so it seems kind of fake. I mean, the way you answered that question without any sort of remnants of the cry.
Oh, that's a good point. Oh, no, Gray.
Hey, that's too late, man. You lost. All right, everybody. See you tomorrow, and be safe out there.
Goodbye, everybody. Gee.
Oh my god, I'm gonna